Cry, even better if you beg. Chapter 61. Charity performance. Several days have passed since that night, and soon it faded as though it all had been just a dream. A peaceful dream in an unfamiliar way. She still couldn't believe it happened. In the time that passed, Marquis Lindman had finally returned to his estate, and the Duke no longer sent her letters demanding her, or gave her unexpected visits. Soon autumn left, and winter had taken its first step upon its month-long journey, bringing with it a new season. Leyla opened up her window, breathing in the cold chill in the air, loving the smell winter brought. She quite enjoyed the breeze, senses numb to the cold for a while, as she appreciated the way the sun would hit the snow, making it glint as though the forest was made of diamonds. She kept the window wide open, until the cold began biting at her fingertips. With one last deep breath, she shut it closed and turned around to get ready for the day. Today was the day of the charity performance prepared by the school children at the town hall in downtown, so her preparation before going to work took a little longer than usual. Shasted royalty and the children were the ones going on stage, which meant she couldn't wear the usual clothes she would. This year's performance was being held in a reputable venue. It hosted many events which prominent figures and powerful people had attended regularly. She needed to look her best for the school and her students. You have to present yourself as a dignified teacher. Okay, Miss Lewellin. Even the principal knew she needed to improve her wardrobe. She even added in a few more remarks about her image during yesterday's meeting, especially about hoping to avoid seeing Leyla ride her bike to the town hall. Leyla couldn't help but frown at the thought, hands busying themselves as she braided her hair into an updo style. "What's wrong with riding my bike?" she muttered under her breath. She finished rather quickly with her hair. She was rather thankful for her newly gained experience in that department, by the way, seeing as she had to do so multiple times throughout the semester. "That hair, it doesn't suit you." Just when she thought he wouldn't find a way to disturb her. But it seemed even in her thoughts she couldn't escape him. Those had been the words the Duke gave her by the Platanus Road during the early autumn season. The autumn sun had just filtered through her room, hitting the mirror and rebounding in an angle that hid her hair. She had flinched at his sudden reflection of appearance on the mirror, having felt he was watching her. Leyla quickly turned her gaze away, just like how she avoided his eyes back then too. "It's beautiful, your hair. It's like a wing." And suddenly, a dam broke in her mind as one after another she recalled every compliment he had ever given her. It flustered her more than the insults he sent her way. Especially when he'd look at her with those cold, indifferent eyes. She resumed brushing her hair, checking her side profiles before deeming herself well and ready for the day. It was fortunate that unlike her memories of their latest night together, the bruises on her shoulder had begun to fade. He had been true to his word that night after all. True enough, she had been terrified out of her wits when he carted her off to his room. The tension between them in the beginning had been so thick, you could have cut it with a knife. But that soon diminished with each kiss he planted on her bruises. He let her be, and treated her carefully, as though he didn't mind the struggling and thrashing she made moments before. His gentle touch trailed along her injuries, rubbing the soothing salve to numb the pain before wrapping bandages protectively around them. His movements were so calm and skillful, it rivaled that of a doctor's. Not to mention his azure eyes resolutely trained on her, even as she sluggishly put her clothes back on. In the corner of her eyes, she spotted a clock, making her gasp at the time. Immediately, Leyla rose from her seat and rechecked herself on the mirror one last time, before flitting around the room for some last-minute preparations. The dress she wore was brand new, which she bought with her own money just for today's event. She dashed around, looking for a good pair of shoes, before snatching up some high heels. Leyla could already imagine her feet throbbing with pain by the end of the day, but she would need to endure it. Satisfied with her final look, she finally went out of her room. "Ah, you're so pretty, Leyla." Uncle Bill greeted her with awe as he regarded his niece. He had just come out of the kitchen, making some breakfast. "You'll be the prettiest one tonight at the town hall," he praised. Leyla only giggled disbelievingly before responding. "There'll be plenty others who'll dress better than I." She pointed out, "There will be tons of young ladies and madams attending the event." "Ah, but what have they got against you?" Her uncle pointed out, "Neither their silver nor gold on their skin could make them hold a candle to you." Leyla rolled her eyes. "Perhaps not in my uncle's eyes," she hummed, a fond smile creeping up the corner of her lips as she sat across from him. "Oh, yes, I just remembered," Bill said before gesturing to his neck. "The necklace you have, why don't you wear it as well?" he suggested, taking a bite out of his breakfast. Layla's brows furrowed in confusion before widening upon remembering. "Ah. You mean the necklace you bought for me?" "Yes. The one you wore for the Duke's party last year." He swallowed, before cutting up more of his food. "I think it would perfectly complement your outfit today. You don't have to wear it if you don't want to, but I'm certain what a sight it will be." Bill Remmer might know nothing when it comes to women's fashion. He was certain indeed that no one could hold a candle to his niece's beauty. Just remembering the way Leyla stood out at the Duke's party was enough to make him so proud that even just for that one night, he could turn Leyla into a beautiful princess. Leyla smiled and nodded, seeing the smile in her uncle's eyes as he suggested it. She got up from her seat and went back to her room, searching for where she had kept the necklace in. She reached deep inside her closet. Before she found it, she straightened up and clasped the necklace around her bare neck. Deeming it secure and worn well, she went back out and stood in front of her uncle, arms tucked behind her, as she puffed out her chest to showcase the necklace more. "So, how do I look?" she asked him demurely, and Bill cheered jovially at seeing Leyla wearing the necklace once more. "Ah. Absolute perfection, my dear," he praised before clasping warm, gentle hands on her shoulder, before giving her a brief hug. He pulled away and looked at her, eyes wrinkled with a smile, before looking at her with a slight concern. "Now you be careful out there, Leyla, don't stray too far," Bill warned her softly. "You'll catch a lot of attention because of how you look, but be wary of them too, or they might just take you away for themselves." He finished, and Leyla nodded in agreement. "I will, uncle, don't worry," she promised. She was like a dot from afar, hardly recognizable at such a distance, but Matthias could spot her even from a mile away. A slight curve up the corner of his mouth began to appear. He knew it was Leyla, the woman who was walking along the path through the hunting grounds, all the way towards the rose garden behind the mansion. He tilted his head at the sight of her, his brows furrowing in wonder. "Why is she walking to work today?" Matthias let out a low whistle, moving closer towards the window, and outstretched his hand, index finger popping up in weight. Not a moment sooner a little bird fluttered to land on it. He brought the bird up close to his eye level, using the sight of Leyla drawing near as a backdrop to it. He leaned against his windowsill by the damask curtains that hung from the ceiling down to the floor. It swayed with the wind, framing him perfectly from behind, and hiding him from any passerby. He shifted his arm, as if to present his canary to the unsuspecting woman, but the bird had fluttered away, and right back into its cage. The introduction to his two birds were unsuccessful, but that didn't mean it was entirely a waste. And so Matthias stayed by the window, even long after Leyla had disappeared from his sight. It had become some sort of routine of his, to perch by the windowsill every morning for the view it offered, day after day. And all the while, he'd only look, waiting for the moment she would leave the quaint gardener's cabin, and into the path through the forest just to go to work. At this spot in his mansion, he could always see her, and what she would do whenever she'd go home. Is she all better now? Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. He couldn't help but think as he recalled how frail she looked the last time he saw her so close. She had been all bruised up and in pain. Her quivering body as she sobbed desperately at him. Those flushed, tear-stained cheeks, and glistening emerald eyes. He could just lose himself at the sight of her. It was a shame he hadn't had the fortune of running into her, or see her since then. He could have gone to see her, much like he did before, but this time he chose not to. There had been some strange stirrings in him, that night, feelings he couldn't put a finger on. Matthias pushed himself away from the window, and settled down onto the wingback chair near the fireplace in deep thought. Absent-mindedly, he reached out towards the morning paper and flipped it open, but his eyes on seeing the words printed on it. His mind kept returning to those tears she shed that last night. He's seen her cry countless times now, but there had been something different about the way she did last. It was imprinted in his mind by now, and he couldn't escape it. "Wait," Matthias recalled him saying, as he prevented her from leaving right after he managed to bandage her, and handed over some medicine. "These are painkillers, drink them sparingly." Layla's face, at that moment, grew contemplative as she eyed the bottle, still in his outstretched hand, warily. Impatiently, he opened the lid as he neared her. She flinched under his touch when he had suddenly grabbed her by the chin, gently prying her mouth open to pour the liquid medicine down her throat. She took it like a veteran, eyes trailed at him in an indecipherable manner, gulping the medicine down as best as she could despite the bitter flavor. Matthias smirked as he watched her struggle. Once he was satisfied by her medicine intake, he gently wiped the excess medicine that dripped down the corner of her lips with the returned handkerchief. Once she had been wiped clean, he took out a piece of candy in his pocket, and popped it in her mouth. Leyla had blinked back tears as he continued to shower her with his care, unable to make a sound. The tears flowed down her cheeks once more, as she kept the candy inside her mouth, neither spitting or making an effort to swallow it. Finally, he had been unable to hold back, and began to caress her cheeks, not minding the way it soaked his hand. His movements were stiff and unpracticed, but he kept going. "Does it still hurt?" he couldn't help but inquire. He'd never felt so useless before, so helpless, when he'd asked her that. Leyla nodded back in reply, "Not a moment soon." Unable to do anything else, Matthias gathered her up in his arms once more, and held her in comfort. She tried to resist him at first, but eventually gave in. She continued to tear up in his arms, tongue rolling the candy around in her mouth for quite a long time. By the time she stopped crying, the front side of his sweater was completely soaked with tears. Even the memory of it brought a certain sorrow to Matthias. He let out a sigh, and set aside the paper he hadn't bothered to read. He leaned his head back, until all he could see was the ceiling. He really can't get that image of her out of his mind. Normally when Leyla would cry, all he could feel was amusement. He liked seeing a pretty face cry, so he'd relentlessly bully her. Though there were times, too, when it bothered him to see them. It made him irritant that anything, or anyone, other than him had made her cry. During those times, he would wish them to stop. No one else but him should make her cry. And not even just her tears. Her smiles, her laughter, hopes and dreams. Everything. Everything she has must be his. She must be his. The tears she kept crying back then made him feel as though he'd lost, and he was at a loss at how to turn his defeat into a victory. Such strange tears indeed. Whenever Leyla would cry, she had the tendency to let her temper get the best of her. Sometimes she'd feel afraid, or even terrified. And he would enjoy every emotion he'd managed to get a rise out of her. But she didn't even seem to understand why she was crying at that moment. They were not filled with any anger, not even fear of him. They looked like something foreign, almost as though her eyes were empty. And he found out at that moment he hated those tears very much. He wanted to stop them. It raised in him a feeling he hadn't felt when he watched Leyla cry over Kailatman. Made him want to strangle her just so she would stop crying. Such an odd, uncomfortable feeling indeed festered inside him, but Matthias did not mind it. It was reminiscent of the feeling of getting drunk with a fragrant liquor against his nose. However, it also made him feel as though something was closing in on him. It confused and gratified him immensely. Yes. It made him quite happy. He felt unbridled happiness, completely different from the enjoyment he used to feel whenever he tormented Leyla. He hadn't tossed her aside because he wanted to feel more from her. To know this joy, and to experience it to the fullest capacity. Leyla had entrusted herself to him. He remembered it, the resignation on her face as he gazed at her exhausted form while he kept comfort. And so he kept wiping the tears away, sweeping her hair back to see her more clearly in the dim lighting. He watched as the slight hope in her eyes turned into unbridled fear, making her entire body tremble in his touch. He waited a long time for her to be at ease, to trust him once more, because whatever joy he felt before was swiftly snuffed out of his system. He wanted it back. But how would he get it once more? The answer was the same. It's always been the same. A sudden knock disturbed him from his thoughts, making him frown at his broken trail of thoughts. He'd just been onto something important. A little more time and he would have found some resolution. But life has a way of making important things slip through you, much like holding sand in the palm of your hands. "Master, this is Hessen." A muffled voice came from behind the door. "Come in." Matthias calmly answered, his eyes no longer trailed on the ceiling as he straightened up in his seat. He watched as Hessen opened the door, approaching swiftly and stopping by the side of his seat at a respectable distance. Hessen stood at attention, before dipping his head in a bow. Madame Elise had asked about the master's dinner schedule today. Matthias' brow worked up at the news. "My mother?" he asked. "Yes," Hessen confirmed. Initially she had planned to attend a charity performance with Madame Norma tonight at the town hall, but she's fallen ill with fever so she won't be able to go out. He explained to his master. "So, she wondered if you could go in her place, instead, in accompanying Madame Norma. That is, if you have no prior engagements." "A charity performance, you say?" Matthias hummed, as he tapped his fingers on the armrest. "It's a performance held by several schools here in Karlsbad," Hessen hastily informed. "Even children from this village would be taking part." "Ah," he said, smirking to himself. Now he knew why Leyla had walked herself to work today, all dolled up more than she usually does on a normal workday. "It would be my pleasure to escort my grandmother tonight," Matthias responded as he got up from his seat. "Well then, we best get prepared properly for the charity event. Cry, even better if you beg." Chapter 62. A night at the town hall. The chatter around the town hall was loud. Leyla herself had been quite busy overseeing the progress of her students' preparations. Just as she'd come out towards the lobby, Mrs. Grever came up to her, face flushed as she saddled up beside her. "Miss Lewellin, look here," she whispered hurriedly, "it's Duke Herhardt. He's here." She squealed rather excitedly. Leyla felt as though a bucket of cold water had just been dumped at her. "The Duke? He's here?" she hurriedly inquired, looking towards the direction Mrs. Grever had been pointing to. "I thought it would be Madame Herhardt that would be attending tonight," she murmured as she realized Mrs. Grever was right. Matthias was here. "Yes, it's the Duke, not his mother who is attending." Mrs. Grever giggled, before cooing in awe, "And look! He even brought his grandmother along with him," she exclaimed. It was surprisingly easy to spot the Duke, mostly because of the crowd that had swarmed him the moment he'd arrived. It was the exact moment she was looking at him. Did his eyes manage to meet hers? Leyla felt her chest suddenly constrict underneath his gaze, and lightly tipped her head forward into a bow, pretending as though she was wordlessly greeting him from afar. Fortunately, they didn't have too much interaction as he was quickly swept away by the crowd. Leyla found herself sighing in relief at his disappearance. "Say, Miss Lewellin, you live right next to Arvis, don't you?" Mrs. Grever asked, and she nodded. "Then that would mean you see him quite often too?" The missus looked quite despondent that the Duke had disappeared from their immediate vicinity, completely missing the way Leyla shifted on her feet uncomfortably. Well, I guess. Sometimes," she mumbled, hands clasped in front of her as she fidgeted, feeling absolutely guilty even though she had no reason to. Mrs. Grever sighed, pouting slightly. "Ah, how lucky of you," she sighed once again. "It's sure quite the treat to see such a handsome face every day. Even at a distance." She finished before moving away to get back to choir practice as she had been charged with taking care of the upper-class performance. Ever since the picnic last autumn, the one held in Arvis, Mrs. Grever had grown quite fond of Duke Herhardt, never missing an opportunity to praise him and his deeds. She would praise how wonderful he was, or how elegant he walked, or how aristocratic he acted. With a sigh of relief, Leyla too went and joined the other teachers for some last-minute preparations, When she finally came face to face with the Duke by the hallway, her steps faltered for a moment, before she regained her composure to keep walking. She hoped that he wouldn't notice her passing through. He seemed to be engaged in conversation with an elderly gentleman. She couldn't help but pause once she did pass him by, just to take one last look at him. He looked so tall from where she stood, the long shadow on the marble floor he casted made him look all the more imposing. The suit he wore accentuated his lithe form, though it also perfectly hugged every firm muscle he had on his body. Ever since they were children, he made her so fearful and uncomfortable around him. And despite the numerous praises she heard about him, she couldn't find it in herself to find out why they thought so highly of him, since she obviously thought otherwise. Even now, that fact remained unchanged for her, though she now had an insight as to why he was highly respected in their community. He played his role perfectly as the esteemed Duke Matthias von Herhardt, making everyone believe he was born to be respected. If only they knew, like she knew, how childish he could be. Indeed, she thought it so strange to see him in such a respectable manner. Could she even describe him as her beautiful nightmare? Also, his eyes glinted in the light. Wait. Eyes? Leyla blinked, before she realized Matthias was now looking straight at her. His body turned slightly towards her direction even as he was talking to the person in front of him. Why? Why is he looking at me? She wondered, slowly feeling her cheeks grew warm the longer she held his gaze. Though his eyes betrayed no emotion, she could see the way the corner of his lips lift up into an unnoticeable smirk. Miss Lewellin, why are you here? A voice interrupted their silent interaction as Leyla quickly spun around to come face to face with the school's principal. She drew closer to Leyla, momentarily appraising her looks before nodding satisfactorily. Come on now, stop dilly-dallying, we have more guests to welcome. She gently reminded, pushing her softly towards the direction she needed to be in. The principal led Leyla towards where the other teachers had been lounging on, which coincidentally was where Matthias and his grandmother currently were as well. As she was left to the crowd's mercy, she carefully avoided bumping into anyone, jerking left and right when someone got too close. Before she knew it, she was right near the Herhardts, within Matthias' line of sight. There was no way she could escape without having to converse with him now. Leyla gulped back down her nervousness at being so close to him after their prolonged separation. Matthias had been busying himself in interacting with the others, guests and teachers alike, before he noticed Leyla had managed to find her way in front of him. She averted her gaze, hoping it would buy her more time, but caught the glimpse of a growing smirk. She looked down, busying herself with the sight of his well-polished shoes, and began thinking about the nearing performance of her students. Unfortunately for all her preparations, she hadn't come to expect to be the butt end of a joke by the time the night ended. After the crowd dialed down around them, Norma finally took the time to appraise her grandson. She tilted her head as she observed him critically, seeing the slight glint of his eyes. You're looking quite lively these days, Matthias. She pointed out with a smile as soon as they sat on their seats. Is there something you'd like to tell me? She hummed, eagerly awaiting for an answer to her grandson's sudden mood change. No, not really, grandmother. He answered truthfully, unwilling to divulge any information for her, giving her a placating smile. Norma was disappointed that Matthias felt no need to share with her any progress in his day-to-day life. She knew something had changed. He acted differently than before, giving off a lighter aura about him. He almost looked like someone his own age. Don't get her wrong, she knows her grandson was one of the most handsome people in existence. He just never acted like his age before, always so mature. Sometimes she would forget how young he actually was until she noticed the slight bounce in his steps, or how lighter he looked. Almost happier even. An absurd thought, if you will, but one she's unwilling to take back. Well, she hummed, turning away from him to look towards the stage as the others continued to settle down around them. Either way, it's nice to see you like this. She was only curious after all, but if Matthias felt more comfortable with her not knowing, then who was she to pry further? They sat there in silence, Norma busying herself with a conversation or two with people who stopped by to greet them. She noticed in all their interaction, Matthias looked rather bored, eyes darting here and there, before a slight slouch in his posture told her he was finding everything a little boring. "I know these things may seem quite trivial to you, Matthias, but I like to see it as an opportunity to receive support and respect in these gatherings," she told him, quiet enough that only the two of them could hear her. "And I am delighted to know that despite your duties as the head of our household, you still found the time to participate diligently in events like this. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site." "Thanks." She turned to Matthias and patted his chin lovingly, to which he automatically took in his hand and kissed her palm in response. "Oh, your grandfather and father weren't half the man you were at your age. And of that I'm so proud." She praised him. He truly was the Herhardt's masterpiece. The public had given Matthias the moniker of being Herhardt's masterpiece. They witnessed his hard work and glory in the deeds he'd done here and there. Norma couldn't help but smile in the memory of all of them. And though she'd like to be modest about it, she agreed with the public wholeheartedly. She had been saddened when she outlived her husband, as well as her son, but she believed it was to witness her grandson rise up and beyond the expectations set for him, and see him thrive in it, to bring glory to the Herhardt household once more when its last patriarch left them. Suddenly the lights went out, making the crowd gasp in surprise as Norma was busy admiring her grandson. A drumroll began as some spotlights began darting back and forth everywhere before settling down on the stage. The crowd quieted down and the host finally appeared in a puff of smoke on stage. The crowd began clapping at the dramatic entrance, Matthias included, as he straightened up in his seat, but not because of what was happening on stage, oh no. In fact, his eyes were glued on Leyla. He can't believe how he missed it before, but she was wearing it. She was wearing that exquisite necklace she owned. Yes, upon prolonged inspection, he was certain it was his emerald necklace she was wearing. Matthias felt the stirrings of satisfaction deep inside him, loving the fact she had it on. It made him feel as though he had marked her, and she was proudly announcing to the world that she belonged to him alone. Whether she knew that he felt that way when she wore it or not, it didn't matter to him. She was his. Eventually he managed to pull himself away from looking at her and focus on the show. He paid attention to the introduction of the play and watched as the students performed, observing each one of them carefully. The play was about some fairies who lived by the woods. Each child wore translucent wings, with glitter splayed strategically to give it some sparkling effects. They walked and acted in practiced manners, delivering their lines nervously. The crowd oohed and awed at the play, chuckling here and there when they would do something adorable. He found that he recognized them as the children who came to have a picnic with Leyla at Arvis. The thought of her made him seek her out, eyes glancing to the dim bottom part of the stage, where Leyla sat attentively watching her students. He watched her interaction with him, noting from time to time how the children would glance nervously, looking for their teacher amongst the crowd for cues and validation they were doing the right thing. Suddenly, the smallest, and probably the youngest, of the children began to openly cry, surprising the crowd and the Duke. The wail echoed throughout the venue, momentarily drawing everyone's attention away from the play. Matthias then recognized the child as the girl who spilled ice cream all over Layla's clothes on that picnic. I wonder how Miss Lewellin would handle this? He wondered, tilting his head as he tried to imagine how Leyla was looking like right now. Judging by how she straightened up, hands silently conveying for the child to relax, that she was beginning to grow nervous herself. Oh dear, Norma sighed. Matthias spared her a glance before giving the little girl his attention once more. Said little girl was now leaning over the stage, staring right at Leyla as she tried to reach out to her. "Teacher!" The little girl bawled, her voice echoing in the now silent hall. All other child actors also ceased their presentation, distracted from the sudden interruption. It was clear at this point whatever role the child had was void, which made all the other children begin panicking over what to do as well. "What are you going to do now, Leyla?" Matthias asked in his mind, narrowing his eyes at her back. Eventually the principal made her way inconspicuously towards the rookie teacher, whispering in her ear. Whatever she said had made Leyla tense. He watched as they exchanged a few words, Leyla shaking her head frantically at the principal's insistence. In the end though, the principal got her way and Leyla resigned to her task. Gingerly she got up from her seat amongst the teachers, and slowly went up the stage. She carefully pulled the bawling girl aside and wiped her tears. She was speaking to the child now, softly placating her, he would assume from behind the fake flower bush they used as a prop. The child was now holding onto dear life on her teacher, Leyla letting out a sigh of defeat before rubbing her palms up and down the child's back to soothe her. Any further delay would only build up more panic amongst the inexperienced children. Just as Leyla was planning on getting off the stage with the child, the principal came close to her once more, handing her a stack of papers. Matthias watched as she paled at the sight of them, frantically exchanging words with the principal. The principal tried to take the crying child with her, but the girl refused. With that, she left Leyla and the little girl on the stage. I think I recognize that teacher," his grandmother remarked as she squinted her eyes in order to see Leyla better. "Yes, isn't that Bill Remmer's foster daughter?" she exclaimed softly, looking pleased to see a familiar face. Reluctantly, Leyla went back, hands clasping around the girl's arm as she dragged her along gently once again, and began to sink down behind the way too small of a bush, and began flipping through the papers rather hurriedly. She eyed the crowd a couple of times, clearing her throat as she took a deep breath. It was amusing to see her face growing redder by the second. Look at this everyone," Leyla giggled nervously, pretty flowers have bloomed." She finished awkwardly, stuttering through her line, leaving Matthias perplexed at seeing her be a bumbling mess with such a public audience. It seemed as though watching someone more nervous than themselves gave the children a boost of confidence, and the play began to once again resume, each child growing more and more confident in their gait and acting. Though her lines were short, Leyla couldn't seem to find her composure whenever it was her time to deliver them. The crowd giggled, trying to keep their amusement at bay whenever it was her time to speak. It was just way too funny seeing Leyla so awkward and serious in her task. They tried not to laugh too much, really they did. But then one of the audience let out an unexpectedly loud accidental laugh when Leyla said a line, and suddenly a dam broke. The entire town hall was then filled with boisterous laughter, finally unable to hold back. Even his grandmother, who had been trying to be as respectful as possible, let out a laugh along with the crowd. Matthias went back to looking at Leyla, head resting on his knuckles that were perched on the armrest. His head tilted as he stared at Leyla with a frown on his face, hardly noticeable in the dim lighting. The child had finally stopped crying, and was now sitting uselessly next to Leyla, flapping her hands up and down. Eventually, the child looked up at her teacher, and as though trying to thank her, she removed the flower crown on her head and placed it in a lopsided manner on top of Leyla's golden mane. Unfortunately, the child's efforts had gone unnoticed as Leyla was far too focused on reading the script. This is a great party. Ha ha ha, she laughed dramatically, but the stern expression on her face made it humorous. I'm so excited. She then looked up and smiled shyly at the crowd. At that point, Matthias finally snorted before laughing along with the crowd. Leyla was practically already red in the face, matching the roses on her flower crown, yet she forced herself to continue with the play. Matthias could already predict that in the play, the crowd eagerly awaited for when Leyla would speak up next. And consequently, he could also predict that amongst all the presentations today, this play by the lower years would be the talk of the town starting from tonight. When the play finally came to an end, and Leyla was finally done with her part, she hurried off the stage, smiling politely, yet hurriedly through the crowd's warm round of applause just for her. Matthias also found himself clapping for her. He'd been thoroughly entertained by the pretty flower fairy tonight, who ended up being the star of the show. Cry. Even better if you beg. Chapter 63. Pretty. The play performed by the lower year students had come to an end, which drew most of the audience's attention and laughter. Everyone clapped as the children bowed on stage with Miss Lewellin, and they all exited the stage to give way to the upper years. Each child immediately went where their families were located. Those who had older siblings had to stay behind and watch the remaining plays, while the rest of the children had to go home for their bedtimes, leaving the town hall with fewer audiences. "We apologize so much for Monica's behavior." The little girl's parents repeatedly apologized to Leyla, who was escorting them to their carriage. "Please, it's fine." Leyla tried to reassure them. "It's my duty as their teacher to be there for them." Still, because Monica couldn't continue with the play, then Miss Lewellin had to endure getting laughed at during the play. Interjected Monica's grandmother. At the reminder of the humiliation she had to go through, Leyla flinched slightly, effectively silencing both Leyla and the apologetic parents. Eventually they settled in their carriage, bidding Leyla goodbye. Once they were out of sight, Leyla sighed in relief. "Miss Lewellin, shall we get a cup of hot coffee?" Mrs. Grever immediately offered with a kind smile as she neared Leyla, finally finding her alone. Leyla jolted at her unexpected appearance, before gently shaking her head, smiling back politely. "Oh, thank you, but I'm fine," she reassured. "I think I should get a breather alone for a while." "Oh well, that's understandable." Mrs. Grever agreed, before patting Leyla on the shoulder, squeezing it comfortingly. "For what it's worth, I think you make quite a cute fairy, and I enjoyed the play a lot more because of you." Leyla giggled softly. "That really doesn't make me feel that much better," she jokingly, and both of them chuckled. "I know it doesn't sound that much better, but it is the truth," Mrs. Grever said. "Usually the nobles that attend these events rarely pay attention, or even get entertained, but you did. You made them enjoy it, and not make it feel like just a publicity stunt for them." She sighed and squeezed both of Leyla's hands this time. "So you did an amazing job today." The words were meant to be comforting, and any other time Leyla might have found comfort in them, but not in this instance. She fought back a grimace as she thought about someone who most certainly was in the audience. "Oh, I bet he really was entertained back there. Oh God." She despaired in her thoughts. "Also, because of you, the principal predicts our donations will also increase. Which makes her so pleased with you as well." At the mention of the principal, Leyla couldn't help but groan. "Ugh, I really hate her right now," she sighed, before they both giggled once more. They both know how overbearing the principal could be when she wanted to. Leyla then proceeded to tell Mrs. Grever that she would be fine on her own, prompting the missus to go back inside ahead of her. Satisfied that no one was trying to approach or speak to her, Leyla began to trudge along the park, which was located right behind the town hall. She needed time for herself. Each breath she took felt as though she was leaving pieces of her soul behind as she embraced the chill in the night air. The park was indeed devoid of anyone. She sat down on one of the nearest benches and gingerly took off her shoes. "What have I done?" she thought as she rubbed her painful feet. White puffs of air escaped as she leaned her head back to look up at the night skies. She let out a long deep breath as she did so. She was surprised she was still alive after that shameful display. Something was building up inside her, threatening to burst. "Ah!" She screamed into the open air, letting her breath turn white as though they carried her soul with them. Matthias found Leyla at the very place he had predicted her to be. He had predicted after being humiliated like that, she would run off to a secluded place. Additionally, she had been wearing heels tonight. She wouldn't go far and find somewhere to sit. Add to the fact she was a bit of a coward, she would stay by a well-lit place, and still be nearby despite the seclusion. Which could only be the park right behind the town hall. And indeed she was right there, sitting as she looked up at the night sky, seemingly lost in thought. She was barefoot, heels hung by the tips of her fingers instead. She was sitting on a bench by a massive tree, with a street lamp lit up right next to her. He walked slowly with steady steps, his footsteps almost silent in the quiet night, and stopped when his shadow loomed over her unsuspecting figure. "I expected you to be here," he announced, making her gasp in surprise. Leyla whipped her head around, eyes widening at the sight of him within arm's length. "Oh, how did you?" she stuttered, staring up at him before her eyes were darting around them both in a panic. Immediately she grabbed both of her heels tightly before hastily putting them back on, remembering the time when her shoes were snatched away from her. Matthias found himself grinning at the wary look on her face. He looked down, staring pointedly at her shoes, which she was securing to her feet. He hummed as he took a step closer. "You really think that's going to stop me from taking your shoes?" he asked her teasingly. Leyla only huffed out a breath, before locking the last of the straps securely and jumped up from her seat, looking a little relieved she managed to completely put them back on. Looking at her now, well, it seemed like he didn't have to be so worried if her injuries were still bothering her. They seemed to have healed up rather nicely, judging by how fast she was moving compared to before. "Don't get up on my account." Matthias tried convincing her to sit back down, but she shook her head, now standing right next to the street lamp. "No thank you, I've sat enough." Leyla refused politely. Matthias' eyes narrowed at her for a moment, before pushing down his irritation at her resistance. The street light shone down on her much like the stage lights did just a while back. It wasn't such a bad sight either, as he continued to roam his eyes appreciatively over her. "You should have been an actress instead of a teacher, Leyla," he pointed out with a wide smile. "I've never seen such an actress who's able to make that large of a crowd laugh so much in one sitting," he praised. Layla's arms tightened around herself, hands gripping tight as she bit her lips and looked down on the ground resolutely. She swallowed her pride before trying to politely reply back to him. "Why yes, my acting was quite clumsy, wasn't it?" She laughed nervously, trying to pass it off nonchalantly. "It might even be the reason you sought me out tonight, isn't it?" she thought scornfully, but refused to voice it out. It was, just a little," he chuckled, eyes watching as her body began to tremble in the continued embarrassment despite their play being over. Leyla began to shift nervously before finally finding the strength to move. "Well, then, I must get going now, Duke." She began to move away. "So pretty." Matthias slipped out, making Leyla freeze and look up at him in shock. Her face flushed against the cold at the unexpected compliment he had given her. He held her gaze as she struggled to find a reply. "Should I say thank you?" "No, it's too ridiculous." "Not at all, Duke?" "Not that one either." She fully bit her lower lip as she struggled to find the right words, squirming underneath his observation. "Should I just leave? But he'll catch up to me anyway." She could feel the way his eyes trailed all over her. From her flushed cheeks, down to her pale neck, and onto her dazzling emerald necklace adorning her neck. She watched as his lips spread out into a pleased smile the more he looked down at her, eyes locked at her necklace. "You Uncle Bill bought them for me," Leyla finally said, careful to keep ample distance between them. Perhaps he wasn't talking specifically about her, but her clothes, or maybe her necklace. Yes, right, he must be talking about her necklace. "I also got a few compliments before about my necklace," she added as an afterthought. He hummed, before lifting his gaze back to her eyes, watching her for reactions. "Do you like it?" he inquired, making her blink. "What?" "The necklace." Matthias gestured back down before returning his gaze to look into hers. "Do you like it? Come and read on our website Wuxia World site." "Thanks." A frown marred her face. She was confused as to why that mattered. Of course," she answered honestly, and Matthias chuckled, making her more confused. What was so amusing? Still, she had been surprised to see and hear his laughter. She hadn't seen him like this. And his laughter. It sounded low, like his voice, but soft and velvety to the ears. She stared at him in a guarded manner, wary of this new side he was showing her. Eventually he stopped laughing, before locking eyes with her once more. There was tension between them as they both stared each other down. The pregnant silence between the two was broken when there was a sudden chirp, and a bird flapped away from the tree branch near them. Leyla was caught in a surprise, yelping at the sudden disturbance as she whipped around in alarm, just in time to watch the bird fly off into the night. She knew she had to get away quickly from him before they could be seen together. Unfortunately, her foot twisted in an awkward manner as she turned to step away from the unexpected intrusion. Leyla tried to right herself back to a balanced position, but Matthias was quicker, swiftly grabbing her by her waist, and pulling her flush to his body. "Ah!" she exclaimed as he turned her around, their chests pressed together as he pushed her back into the cold steel of the lamp. He loomed, tall and firm, over her, eyes glinting dangerously. "I'm going to scream for help," she softly threatened, breath quivering in terror. Leyla could feel the tears pooling in her eyelids as she pushed her palms on his chest in an attempt to get him away from her. "Do as you wish," he dared her, eyes still softly admiring her unwaveringly. Matthias cupped her face with one hand, keeping her gaze on him. "Where do you hide it?" he asked her as she struggled. Leyla frowned as she looked up at him. "Hide? What do you mean? Hide what?" Her voice shook as she tried to push him away with all her might. Her eyes looked at him inquiringly, not understanding what he wanted to know from her this time. Matthias kept looking at her, before sighing disappointedly. He thought he'd catch a glimpse of those feelings again, but alas, he was mistaken as it disappeared too quickly this time. Which was frustrating because her beautiful face was enough to erase his growing desire. He lowered his hand slowly, gently caressing her cheeks, grazing the back of his knuckles against her jawline, before resting an open palm around her slender neck. His fingers gingerly wrapped around it, fingertips grazing the pearls of the necklace as she gulped nervously at him. He could feel the way her throat bobbed up and down as she swallowed. She's so sensitive here. It was so easy to leave his mark all over her body. Just a little pressure on her neck would probably be enough for his hand to leave its mark on that pale skin. Or perhaps he should kiss it deep enough it would leave a mark to stay for days. How easy it would be, from the top of her head down to the tip of her toes, to leave my mark all over her. He thought, entranced by her pale skin. Then, everyone will know she's mine, only mine. He could do it to her, but eventually decided against it as he let out another despondent sigh. Finally, Matthias pulled his hand away from her neck, making Leyla breathe in a sigh of relief, before he was replacing them against her cheeks once more. His fingers touched her lips, rubbing against its warm moistness. "If I touch you in there, would they feel like this too?" he wondered out loud. Leyla opened her mouth to protest, but Matthias was already pushing fingers in her mouth, drowning out her resistance. The pads of his fingers rubbed against her tongue, fondling the inside of her mouth as they both breathed heavily against each other. His fingers went deeper, reaching the back of her throat. And with all her strength, Leyla bit down on his fingers. Hard. But Matthias only laughed at such a weak display of strength. He barely even felt it now that his fingers were so deep inside her mouth. He smiled at her feeble attempts to get free. "You should bite harder, Leyla," he mused as he watched the way her teeth met his skin. "Harder than that, and then I'll feel the pain," he whispered against her, his warm breath hitting her face. The only thought that ran in Layla's mind aside from indignation, was how out of his mind the Duke really was. "He's insane." She was appalled by the way Matthias was grinning down at her that she could feel her temper spike. And so she loosened up. She knew that no matter how hard she tried to make it hurt, he wouldn't back off. Seeing her calm down, Matthias gave her a victorious smirk before pulling his fingers out of her mouth, before he stroked her lips with his wet fingers. "If I would kiss you, no doubt you'd protest once again," he thought as he rubbed her plush lips. It would be an easy thing to do too. He knew by now how to quickly snuff out any form of resistance from Leyla. How easy it would be for him to satisfy his lust and greed for her as he'd done so before. However, he found himself unable to do so as he stared at the way she was trapped in his arms. So willing, and so submissive as her hands were now only pressed on his chest, neither pushing or hitting him away from her. He thought of the dreamy moment that had passed by and the joy he had felt. He trailed his hands lower once more, resting it against her neck as he stroked the pale skin again. He found himself at a loss on what to currently do. Unconsciously, he swallowed his mouth dry. "God damn it," he thought, the curse threatening to escape from his lips. He found himself clenching and unclenching his other fist, before bringing up both hands this time to cup Layla's face. With a quiet sigh, Matthias finally pulled away, letting her go. Leyla felt puzzled about it, though she was absolutely relieved to be free of him as he took a step back from her. Matthias expected her to flee by now, but she remained rooted to the spot, blinking at him in a dazed manner as she frowned in a deep thought. They stayed that way for some time, Matthias content in observing her through it all. While Leyla had been pondering about his strangeness tonight, she failed to notice when something cold and wet skewed her vision a little, making her blink in surprise. She raised her head, leaning her head back to look at the sky, Matthias following in suit. The first snowfall was finally here. By the time the second half of the event was done, the night had gotten darker, and the audience soon began to leave. Meanwhile, the organizers were busying themselves in cleaning up the place and some last-minute checks that everything was fine. Leyla was just finishing up, gathering the last of her belongings before deeming herself done for the day. Her feet wobbled as she walked past her colleagues, bidding them goodbye as she quickly walked through the halls. The heels she wore dug painfully on her soles. It was best she took them off once she boarded a bus or a stagecoach passing through Arvis. She quickly checked the time, noting it won't be long before the last of the transport would leave. She picked up her pace, eager to catch the last ride home. "Excuse me, Miss Lewellin," called out someone from behind her. Surprised, she quickly turned around, towards the town hall, where she heard her name be called out. She recognized that voice. "Ah, Mr. Pat," she exclaimed as she saw just who called for her. Mr. Pat was a friend of her Uncle Bill. He was also known as the coachman of Arvis. He waved towards her with quick strides, before stopping right in front of her. "I apologize for the late notice, but you've been invited to ride with us," he told her, gesturing to the nearby coach. It was unmistakable. The carriage of Herhardt household was parked where he was pointing at. Leyla reflexively began to decline, shaking her head as she saw the emblem imprinted by the side of the carriage. "Oh please, there's no need for that." "Madam Norma insists, Miss Leyla," Mr. Pat said kindly, halting Leyla in surprise. "The madam insists as you are returning home to Arvis as well, you can ride with both of the house Herhardt tonight." Mr. Pat finished as he once more gestured for Leyla to go along with them. Cry. Even better if you beg. Chapter 64. Glance. Once the snow had started to fall, it fell down heavily. Already, the roads were thickened of white frost, making it difficult for the carriage to move faster than it could. Leyla couldn't help but look out the window, worry clear on her face. "You don't have to worry too much, my dear," a kind gentle voice interrupted her. Leyla looked in front of her to see Madame Norma Katerina von Herhardt smiling for her. Eyes wrinkled kindly as she regarded the young teacher sitting across from her. "Oh, no, it's not, Leyla began to stutter, but Norma graciously cut her off with a soft laugh. "I know this might be a little uncomfortable for you, but please, there's no need to be so nervous," she comforted the young miss. "I don't wish for you to be so tense in this ride. Especially since I extended the invite myself." Leyla found she could not begrudge the esteemed woman. She radiated so much warmth, she couldn't help but feel a little bit at ease with her around. Norma sighed as she finally spared the outside a little glance. "Just the first day of snow, and already the roads have grown thick with snow. I expect this winter to be colder, don't you think so as well, Matthias?" Norma asked her grandson, turning to look at him for a response. Leyla, too, followed her gaze to spare the Duke some attention. They spared each other just a glance, but already she could feel her heart beating loudly against her chest. "I think so as well, grandmother," he agreed readily. It was clear for Leyla that Norma was a tactful conversationalist. She took charge with the small talk, asking her about her school life, and even praising the latest charity event. Which of course led her to a conversation Leyla was hoping to avoid. "Her class play. You seem so flustered up there, but I want you to know you did marvelously," Norma said, eyes glinting in amusement as she recalled how much she enjoyed the play. Leyla felt her cheeks flush at the praise. Somehow, it sounded a lot more comforting than the other praises she received earlier. "I thank you so much, madam." She thanked profusely. Her cheeks felt hotter, the tip of her ears turned red at the praise, giving her pale skin a vibrant color akin to a ripened fruit. Matthias fought to hold back his laughter at her expression. It was very reminiscent of her face when she had been up on the stage. She sat up straight in front of him, hands demurely clasped on her knees as she fidgeted restlessly with her fingers. She was not good at acting indifferently. She can't hold in her emotions very well. Not to mention how terrible she was at lying, which was probably why her acting ended up being so hilarious during the play. He leaned back against his seat, stretching his legs a little further, gently grazing the tip of his shoes against her heels discreetly so his grandmother wouldn't notice. Leyla felt him graze her foot, and moved her feet farther from him, but he wasn't giving up easily. The carriage rattled as it began to rock due to the unevenness of the well-polished road before. Leyla couldn't help but feel as though she was about to cry. She tried so hard not to let him touch her, but she could only move so far in a small carriage. And now his feet were firmly pressed against hers. The contact wasn't much, but it was enough to make her feel as though he'd just stripped her naked. "For such a young lady, you seem to handle the children well," Norma praised again, making Leyla raise her head back up to look at her heart's matriarch. As much as she'd like to avoid the small contact Matthias was forcing on her, she didn't want the matriarch to be suspicious, and thus reluctantly ignored it. "Tell me, do you like children, Miss Lewellin?" "Of course, madam," Leyla answered earnestly. She wouldn't have chosen to work as a teacher if she didn't like kids. "Well then, I reckon you'd be a great teacher in the long run," Norma smiled, as she leaned back. "You are both intelligent and love children, two qualities that's important to being a teacher. Don't you think so, Matthias?" She turned to her grandson again, prompting him to join in on the conversation. "I completely agree, grandmother," Matthias replied, quickly sparing Leyla a glance before giving his grandmother his full attention. Leyla, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel so perplexed by him tonight. She knew it was a general answer, some polite courtesy on his part, but his behavior by far was so polite compared to how he was before. If it were anyone else, he would have just nodded and given monosyllabic responses before leaving it at that. That was how she knew him, that's how she thought he would be. Just then Matthias' eyes slid back to her. "The semester break is coming soon, isn't it, Miss Lewellin?" He asked her directly this time, making her jolt in surprise before hastily averting her gaze away from him. "Yes, it is, Duke." She tried not to act too flustered by him, mentally berating herself to keep her composure and just pretend as though she was just like any other family member of her Uncle Bill. "How are you planning on spending your vacation off school?" Pardon that's, she fumbled for words. Matthias had asked it so nonchalantly, but Leyla could see the slight curve up his mouth. He was having fun with her. I mean to perhaps help out Uncle Bill with his workload." The foot pressed up against hers slid up slightly, almost making her gasp in the sudden movement, but managed to continue anyway, "and also prepare for the next semester," she finished, raising her voice slightly at the end of it due to embarrassment. Norma couldn't help but laugh at the strange behavior Leyla had. She had been watching with apt attention, and noted as though she was trying to make a quiet declaration of what she wanted to do. It was a refreshing sight to see for the matriarch. "Those are very good activities over the break, Miss Lewellin," she told Leyla. "Bill Remmer raised you very well indeed." She smiled brightly, making Leyla flush in appreciation at the way Uncle Bill was commended. "I'm flattered you thought so, madam," she replied softly, voice now dropped to a whisper as she now wanted to crawl into a hole. Matthias then shifted, crossing his legs as he looked at Leyla rather smugly, from beside his grandmother. "Yes, you would make a fine teacher one day yet, Miss Lewellin," Matthias added, and Leyla looked back at him, "and I can't wait to see more of you," he finished. Leyla can't help but want to trample his nearest foot with her heels, but resisted to do so. For now, she would have to give him the same respect she would with Madame Norma. "I thank you for your words, Duke. She politely responded. Satisfied the conversation was over, she looked back outside, deciding to not look at the Duke anymore tonight. Then again, it was a tedious task to do because of the small carriage. When their eyes met again, Leyla couldn't help but flinch away. His eyes were now dull and held no emotion, as though to compensate for the various expressions he'd shown her before. Those eyes reminded her of that summer day when the river engulfed her. The journey back took twice as long, no thanks to the growing snow, before they finally turned towards the road that led straight to Arvis. The rest of the journey had also taken a quiet turn not too long ago, when the Herhardt matriarch fell asleep along the way. The only sounds that could be heard was the stomping of the horses' hooves outside, along with some rattling the carriage made. Matthias had looked out the window long ago, before finally turning his gaze towards Leyla, wondering what she was doing to pass the time, when he saw her fast asleep as well. He noted that not too long ago she had been awake, trying to be vigilant within his presence. Though it seemed at some point she fell asleep anyway. His eyes now unashamedly trailed along her figure, his gaze stopping right by her shut eyes. Even in the dim light inside the carriage, he could see the way her necklace gleamed beautifully, reflecting the moonlight that managed to seep in. His eyes trailed further down, watching the way her lips parted, the slow and gentle rise of her breathing, down to her heeled feet. They looked so small compared to his own, now that they lay side by side with each other. Her feet almost reminded him of a doll's. He found himself amazed by how such small feet could carry such a majestic woman as though it was nothing. Suddenly, the carriage pulled into a stop, shaking Matthias away from his thoughts. "Bill. Why are you out here?" "Mr. Pat," the coachman exclaimed, when he saw his friend waiting around in the cold. At the sudden halt, Leyla jolted awake, looking around in a daze as she rubbed the sleep from her eye. "Come and read on our website, Wuxia World site." "Thanks." "I saw the weather beginning to look bad, so I got worried about Leyla." Bill replied to the coachman. "Layla's fine, she's right inside here with the Herhardts, thanks to Madame Norma. I'm certain she was well taken care of." "Oh? She rode with you?" The muffled sounds of the conversation outside filtered towards the occupants of the carriage, that it was enough to awaken Norma Katerina von Herhardt. Seeing her awake, Leyla quickly fixed her appearance, before gently taking the madam's attention. Madame Norma?" she called out softly, with a soft smile. Norma need not hear the words, for she understood completely what Leyla wanted and nodded, smiling back at her. "Well then, this is goodbye for now. Off you go, Leyla. Bill's waiting for you." Leyla bid them both adieu before taking leave, leaving both her hearts in the carriage behind. "She's lucky to have been raised by Bill Remmer," Norma said as soon as the carriage began to move. "I agree, grandmother," Matthias responded, having practiced his responses for her with ease over the years, eyes staring outside, watching the way Leyla ran up to her uncle with a tight embrace. For now, he could only stare uselessly at her back as she continued to grow smaller the further they got. He didn't like this feeling in his chest, this feeling telling him he was leaving something important to him. I'm surprised Bill has a soft side to him. It seemed like he wasn't the only one looking back. I can't even act like that around my own child. I doubt even God predicted such a side from him as well." Norma continued on as she stared wistfully at the old gardener and his foster child. Matthias remained silent, unsure of what answer to provide his grandmother to show he was listening. "I hoped she'd stay forever by Bill's side. But I didn't expect her to want to leave Arvis." His grandmother grumbled, making Matthias' thoughts halt at the new information he just heard. "Transfer? Leyla Lewellin wishes to be transferred away from Arvis?" he asked, a frown burrowing in his brows, and his grandmother nodded in confirmation, oblivious to the troubling thoughts of her grandson. "Oh yes, I received word she requested to transfer to a different city, something about broadening her experience." Norma can't help but scoff. Young women these days are never content to stay close. Don't they know home is the best place for them? She tutted softly beside Matthias, before continuing with her tirade. Matthias only opted to remain silent, attentively listening by now. "I only heard about the transfer a while ago, when the principal told me." She tried to dissuade the girl, but she was quite adamant to go. Norma shared, even the principal was shocked she wanted to leave. All her students love her after all, including their parents. The frown on Matthias' face grew deeper as he listened to the next part of his grandmother's news. "Though maybe her leaving has something to do after she broke off her engagement with Kyle Edman, which is understandable to me, though that doesn't explain why she wants to move so far away from Bill," she sighed, finally finished. Matthias' jaw clenched as he slowly fisted his hands in quiet anger. "I see," he finally said, eyes glaring at the snowfall outside. Of course, the principal told Leyla she still has the rest of the year to complete, and should she change her mind not to hesitate in telling her so. She added as an afterthought, "Though personally, I want her to stay." Norma sighed wistfully once more, looking somber at the thought of Leyla leaving Arvis. And then a sudden thought struck Norma. "Come to think of it, doesn't the principal have a distant relative nearby who owns that big grocery store downtown?" Matthias wordlessly nods. "Yes, I remember she mentioned wishing for Leyla to meet and hit it off with him. Which would work perfectly." She cheered to herself. "Think of it, she might not come from a good background, but with her pretty face and her brain, she'd be a catch to anyone. After all, it's quite common for engagements to be broken off nowadays. Though I wonder if marrying someone would be enough to change her mind." Norma wondered out loud. "The principal seems to want to match them up." "I completely agree." Matthias took a deep breath, trying not to make his irritation noticeable. "Ah well, even if Bill disapproves of the merchant, I can always ask Hassan for a decent, young, unmarried man who lives nearby and present him to Bill," Norma said, content with her recent plans so far. After all, it's best for someone like her to marry young and have a family while she teaches. Not to mention still manage to live near Bill. "Don't you agree, Matthias?" Just in time, the carriage halted to a stop, signifying they've arrived at their mansion. Wasting no time, Matthias immediately opened up the carriage door, and got off, trying to compose himself, before schooling his expression. He turned around, fixing his lapel underneath his coat, and gave his hand to his grandmother, who gratefully took it. "Shall we, grandmother?" he asked, as polite and graceful as ever. "Thank you, sweet boy." She smiled at him as he helped her down the carriage. With their conversation officially over for the night, the only sounds left were the click and clacking of their shoes against the polished floors as they walked inside the mansion's halls. When Bill and Leyla pulled away from each other after they hugged, they held hands as they continued their walk back home after seeing the Duke's carriage had finally left the entrance of Arvis. Bill had immediately asked Leyla about the charity event, who, after being sworn by Leyla not to laugh, eagerly listened. Leyla told him about the people, how the play went, before one of her students broke down crying that she had to stand in as their substitute. The rest of the evening then went downhill for Leyla as she was humiliated. Bill couldn't help but laugh out loud at her story. "You promised you wouldn't laugh," whined Leyla, flushing red in embarrassment, which only served to make him laugh more. Leyla harumphed defeatedly, before resigning herself to the fact at least one more person was laughing because of her. Bill's laughter soon died down as he wiped a tear from his eye, before patting Leyla on the back comfortingly. There now, Leyla, I have no doubt you looked absolutely adorable next to the children." "No doubt at all." He grinned at his foster daughter. Leyla pouted before hugging him from the side, as they both huddled for the warmth each other brought. "I doubt the rest of the audience thought so as well," she grumbled, resting her head on her uncle's shoulder as they continued to walk. Despite the growing ache in her feet, Leyla couldn't help but feel all is better in the world once again now that her uncle's here. They reached as far enough as the outskirts of the rose garden before Bill let out a cough and stopped to look at Layla's feet. "Do you want to ride on my back, Leyla? It would make you feel better to be off your feet." "What? There's absolutely no need for that," she chuckled, denying vehemently the offer. "Besides, I'm no longer a child, Uncle. I'm fine, really." "Are you sure?" he asked her skeptically, Because I've noticed for a while now you've been limping. The heels must be uncomfortable by now. He pointed out, making Leyla squirm. He sighed, knowing just how stubborn she was, but he was equally stubborn too. He crouched down in front of Leyla, waiting no further reply as he wordlessly encouraged her to get on his back. "Uncle," Leyla murmured, touched by the caring gesture he's given her. "Well, it's either a piggyback ride, or I carry you like a sack of potatoes, your choice." Bill further prompted when Leyla made no move. Leyla couldn't help but pout at the suggestion. "But you'll get tired," she protested, making Bill chuckle. "Just how old do you think I am?" "I'm not that old, girl," he reminded. "I'm only still a middle-aged man. I can carry loads twice as much as you with no problem," he boasted. Sighing deeply, Leyla gave in and climbed on his back. Bill hoisted them both up, Leyla grabbing him by the shoulders, as he supported her from under her knees and resumed their trek back to their house. Bill strode down the forest path with ease, and Leyla couldn't help but smile as she felt like a child once again. It didn't take long for her teeth to begin chattering, as short, white puffs of air began to escape her. Bill noticed this, and couldn't help but laugh at Leyla once more, who lightly thumped his back in indignation. Bill only laughed harder, and Leyla pressed her body to her uncle's back, looking at the pair of footprints turning into one behind them. "Cry, even better if you beg." Chapter 65 Suitable Groom. "Thank you for walking me all this way, I can take it from here." Leyla smiled awkwardly at the man with her, trying her best to be polite. However, he seemed to be unwilling to part with her just yet. "Oh please, it's no problem, it's just a little more distance," he insisted. "Oh no, there's no need," Leyla politely declined once more. "My uncle's very strict, you see," she told him, discreetly looking around, hoping no one has seen them yet. It didn't matter what Leyla would say as soon as rumors of her being seen around with a man would spread like wildfire in Arvis. She hated having to throw her uncle's name under the bus, but it wasn't as though it was untrue. "Oh, I understand." He finally complied, looking a bit dejected, before smiling at her once again. "Well, I guess I better go then. I had fun today. How about we do this again through lunch on Sunday?" he asked hopefully, making Leyla smile apologetically at him. "I'm sorry, I can't. Or if this week's not available, perhaps sometime next week?" "I don't mind." He quickly retracted. "I'm just hoping we could do this again," he finished, flushing slightly under her gaze, but sounded quite sincere for her. "I feel terrible having to spend such a short time with you over tea," he reasoned out. "I'd love for us to have a proper chance to get to know each other more, that is, if you feel the same." He admitted, "If not, well, I promise not to trouble you any longer." Leyla could see he was being very truthful to her, and that no matter what her answer would be, he would respect her wishes. But until then, he was not leaving without a proper answer from her. Leyla and the grocery store owner's son were not well acquainted with each other before this. As far as she knew, he was the one in charge of the school's delivery of their weekly supplies. She never expected to get to know him beyond that. So when she had been called to the headmistress' office just this afternoon, she was shocked to see him there with her. She soon found out he was the headmistress' distant relative, looking for a relationship leading to marriage. Leyla's mind blanked out at that information. Again, she couldn't help but give another once-over around them. Immediately, she heard the familiar sound of a car rolling down the pavement, and turned towards its general vicinity. She felt panic beginning to seize her chest, as she hoped for a miracle she was mistaken, but she was never that lucky. Bright lights flashed them both on the pavement, the car having slowed down as it neared them before speeding up as it passed them by. Leyla recognized that car anywhere. It was Duke Herhardt's vehicle. "Miss Lewellin?" His gentle voice shook Leyla out of her thoughts before she remembered she remained unresponsive with him for some time now, having been locked in her thoughts. I'm sorry," she apologized, bowing before him. "I'm not ready yet for that kind of relationship," she admitted to him, looking apologetic. Though the headmistress might have set them up to have tea together, she found him to be amicable to be with. It's not that she's against marrying, she was sure she wants to someday. But just not right now. For now, it was enough for her to have a stable job and live a normal life. Oh, well, I completely understand, he replied, sounding dejected. He stepped back, smiling back at her reassuringly. He was not angry at all, and apologized for the trouble she went through. They parted ways, and Leyla watched as he left in a sullen manner. It made Leyla uncomfortable knowing she had to turn down such a kind man, but it was for the better. If she had accepted him sooner than she should, she would have hurt him in the end, just as she did with Kyle. Layla's gaze turned dark as the name entered her thoughts. There had been many times, since their separation, that she'd wonder how he was. However, in the end she found it enough for her to pray for his well-being for now. She missed him dearly, but she couldn't go back to the times when it was so easy to be with him. She can't go back to the moments when she could still laugh, chat and walk freely with Kyle. The skies have turned dark, the street lamps now lit up. Anxiety bubbled up in her as soon as she shook her fond memories of him away out of mind. This anxiousness in her felt just like she did with the first autumn she had spent with the Duke. She breathed in, and closed her eyes, imagining the distant springtime to come. She'd be in a new place by then, planning to start a new chapter in her life. She hoped when she moved she could find a lodging room with a huge window, allowing the sun to seep in and fill her space. It would also be ideal if there were some trees nearby, or a park she could see through. That way she only needs to open the window to breathe in the fresh smell of cut grass or the wet forest floor after a rain. That's what she would miss most in Arvis after all. She soon found herself calming down the more she thought about her successful move away from Arvis. Composed and confident everything would be fine, she gripped the handle of her bicycle tightly, and began to move, turning carefully around the corner. Her eyes were only set in front of her, on the empty asphalt road, framed by the trees on either side, moonlight guiding her way home. She breathed in deeply, relaxed in her assumed solitude, pedaling briskly as she continued in her way. She was completely oblivious to the Duker heart that had been nearby, waiting for her quietly by the shadowed side of the pavement. Kyle was overcome by a familiar trepidation whenever he approached his mailbox. It's become a habit now, whenever he'd retrieve his mails, for him to search for a particular letter. He always arrived with that faint hope that this time, he'd get a reply. However, when he sifted through his mail, none of them were from Leyla. His smile fell, as he turned sullen. Week after week he'd write to her, hoping for word of how she was, a response to his letters to her. But she'd never written back, not once. With a dejected sigh, he closed his mailbox once more, and went back up to his dormitories. His room was located on the east wing, third floor. With vacation just right around the corner, students were busying themselves and packing for home. But Kyle was yet to be struck with the need to do the same. His room was just as usual. He opened up his dorm room, greeted by nothing but the darkened room, and tossed his meager pile of letters by the console table, right beside the doorway. There were only a couple of them today, an invitation to an upcoming social gathering, and one from home. He plopped himself on his bed, not having the energy to read through their contents. He watched the moonlight filter through his window, slipping through the gaps between his curtains as it shone on his sulking form. "Why don't you go on a trip during your first break?" Those were his father's words just a few days ago when he phoned home. While it was true that nowadays, most of the wealthier students tend to go off on trips across the continent during breaks, he was certain his father had some other reason in mind. He glossed over a proper response to his suggestion, telling him he'd think about it. No matter what he'd decide on, he knew it was pointless to go back and seek Leyla out by now. So what point was there for him to travel? Should I just lay here then, all miserable without her? He pondered, shifting to lie on his back instead of his stomach. To stay until I become insane from staring at concrete while drowning myself in studies? There's no place in this world where only the two of us can be happy. He tossed his arm over his eyes, chuckling dryly to himself as he recalled Layla's words to him. He couldn't even answer her, couldn't find his voice to speak back at that time. And now, all that's left of him is a deep sense of self-loathing. He hated how weak he had been, how he was nothing if not for his parents. But most of all, he hated how he couldn't even protect the woman he loved most in the world. Leyla, I wanted to be a doctor so that I could find a place where we could both be happy. He thought wistfully, feeling the pinprick of tears in his eyes, but that's still in the distant future. Could I survive that long to be parted from you? Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. He pressed his palms over his eyes before sighing. He pulled his hands away as he opened his eyes, before trying to catch the light of the moon in his hands. Even a few months away from you is torture. Kyle was almost of age by now, which meant he could finally claim the inheritance his grandfather left him. He regretted having not thought about it sooner. He sat up on his bed, and ran his fingers through his disheveled hair, staring at nothing but the blank walls of his dorm. Making up his mind, he immediately got up, flipped the light by his desk on, and grabbed some pen and paper. He was nervous when he wrote it down, but this was an urgent matter he needed to do. Why, all of a sudden, is everyone trying to find you a groom? Bill suddenly piped up as he watched Leyla set the table for dinner. When he'd asked her about her day, he hadn't expected her to have been out with a grocery store owner's son, a meeting set up by the headmistress. Leyla looked up at him, frowning as she tilted her head in confusion. What do you mean by everyone? She asked curiously. Bill scratched the back of his head as he recalled earlier events. You know, Mrs. Mona, the chatty chef? Leyla nodded to indicate she knew who he was talking about. Well, she approached me a while ago, telling me she overheard Madame Norma asking Hessen around for a suitable groom for you. He informed her. Leyla couldn't help but grow more confused, and more curious. Why would Madame Norma do that? I don't know, Bill shrugged. Perhaps she took a liking to you. He added offhandedly as he placed their food on the dinner table. Leyla couldn't help but scoff. No way. She added preposterously, smiling as she sat across Bill from the table as he fetched the bread out of the stove. Well, I don't see any other reason why she'd find you a groom. Bill pointed out and sat down on his seat. So why do you think she would? He asked her this time, looking at her inquiringly. Uncle, you're not getting tired of being around me, are you? Leyla teased, making Bill puff out a scoff and waved the accusations away. What kind of nonsense is that? If that's not the case, then you won't mind if I'm going to live with you forever? She further said, grinning as they gathered food into their plates and began to dig in. The conversation died down a little. The only sound coming was the scraping of their utensils against the plates as they ate. Bill leaned back in his chair, deep in thought as he chewed carefully, eyeing Leyla, before swallowing the food. So, if ever Madame Norma introduces you to a strapping young man, Bill began, breaking the silence between them, you'd refuse him? Leyla only smiled sadly at him, seeing the concern reflected through her uncle's eyes for her. Well, I'd certainly love to meet someone who's just like you, Uncle, she admitted. Unfortunately, I think no one is like you. She smiled, hoping to reassure him, but Bill could only ache for her. Once more he couldn't help but feel like it was Kyle why she was like this. He was certain she was so hurt by their failed engagement, she found herself no longer wanting marriage, hence continuously turning down marriage offers. Though that's not stopping Kyle from wanting to reconnect with her. As much as it pained him to lie to her, Bill had to take Kyle's letters away from her pile every time he saw one from the man. He knew that they had a good relationship in the past, but for him it was beyond a point of repair. Leyla. He trailed off, making Leyla hum as she listened to what he had to say. If Leyla still has feelings for Kyle, would it help if Kyle cuts ties with the Edmund household? Bill couldn't help but wonder. It might be a rough start, but I'd help them settle down, even if they moved to the capital city. Should that happen, Bill has resolved himself to move with them. It might be difficult for him to get a job as a gardener from Arvis there, but he is willing to quit for Leyla. And should the time come to pass, and Leyla gives birth to their child, then perhaps that wicked Mrs. Edmund would come around to accepting their relationship. Uncle? Leyla called out, having heard nothing from him for some time now. He looked up at her in confusion. "You were saying?" She prompted gently, making him remember they were still in the middle of a conversation. "Alright, chicken," he declared. Yes, chickens," he murmured, tapping his fingers thoughtfully against the tabletop. Layla's face twisted into confusion. "Chickens?" "Yes. Should we catch chickens tomorrow?" Bill asked rather jovially, before seeing the concern in her eyes. "It slipped my mind for a while there, must be my age getting to me." "I'm fine, Leyla," he excused rather sheepishly, smiling brightly at her. Next time, he'd think twice before opening his mouth to speak. He was fortunate that Leyla hadn't dated him yet, so she only smiled and nodded brightly back at him. "Sure, uncle, let's have some chickens tomorrow." She readily agreed and they both began finishing their meals. Slender fingers grabbed the knob for the phonograph's volume, turning it up. The figure turned around, heading towards his wing chair, the firelight illuminating his face, revealing Matthias. He sat quietly in his darkened room, staring into the fire, the only light source he had right now. Suddenly, there was a fluttering of wings, as the cage rattled, and a bird landed by his perched fingers. He regarded it slowly, gently turning his fingers, whistling the same tune of the music that was playing. It didn't take long for his bird to follow in suit, chirping along with the tunes. Matthias couldn't help the smug grin on his lips. His bird was clever. Despite having never trained it, it followed him wordlessly, chirping along naturally to the music. It was thanks to his beautiful canary he enjoyed listening to the music as it followed along. The music he mostly played was waltz, though sometimes he liked to mix it up with either the orchestra symphonies, or ballet bagatelles. As far as he could tell, his canary would sing beautifully whenever it was a waltz it was copying. Finally the music stopped, soft melodies fading out as the piece ended, leaving only the crackling of firewood to fill the quiet room. Matthias lightly caressed his bird with the pads of his fingers, wordlessly praising its natural talent. Familiar with its master's touch, the canary nestled towards his fingers, lightly tapping its beak as though it was trying to kiss his hand. Matthias smirked, slowly getting up as he approached his bird's cage. He lowered his hand, hovering right in front of the cage's entrance, before it fluttered back in to settle inside its plush and cozy nest. Matthias quietly locked the golden cage close, before turning towards the phonograph to cut the beginnings of the next song off. He breathed in deeply, before letting out an exhausted sigh as he languidly rested on top of his bed, looking up at the ceiling. He then turned his head, to look at his bird with a smile, in his mind, imagining a different one instead. "Good night," he said to it, seeing his canary settle down into sweet slumber. As soon as the bird was asleep, the smile faded on Matthias' lips as he kept staring at the bird. Cry, even better if you beg. Chapter 66 Ruined Heaven. When the mailman came to deliver their letters, Bill came out to receive it. He sifted through the letters before spotting another one from Kyle. The only difference was, this one's thicker than the previous ones that came. "What are you going to do about that, Mr. Remmer?" the mailman asked, his voice dropped in a whisper. Through the past fall and winter seasons, he had been an accomplice of Bill from keeping Kyle's letters to reaching her, making him just as guilty as Bill. "You can't keep hiding them forever," the mailman couldn't help but point out. Bill sighed, placing the letter between his pile of mail, nodding to the mailman. "I'm well aware of that." He looked out to the road, breathing deeply as he stared at the direction towards Layla's school. "I'll tell her soon," he admitted. The mailman appeared relieved with the news. "Yes, it should come from you. I promise I won't say anything." "Much appreciated," Bill thanked. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this." "Hey, it's all right, I know you're only looking out for Leyla," the mailman assured him, "though it must be troubling you greatly." He smiled sadly at the gardener, as though he understood how he felt. He loved to think he knew Bill better than anyone in Arvis. After all, he was the one responsible for bringing Leyla Lewellin to Arvis as a child. He watched Bill change with Leyla in his life. It was that love for the child that made Bill happier than he was before. They bid each other goodbye, leaving Bill as he returned back to their cabin. Leyla had gone to work earlier, which made him alone right now. Bill tossed the letter onto the table, looking at it strongly, before impulsively pulling out all of Kyle's letters, tied into a bundle. There were so many he prevented from reaching Leyla. He suspected she'd be rather angry and distrustful of him once the truth came out. But it didn't matter how scared he was of how she'd respond. What mattered was he couldn't keep doing this to her. The guilt of lying and keeping such a huge thing as this was getting too much for him. And so he sat down, untied the current bundle, arranging them properly by date, before adding in the latest one. He wrapped the string back around to keep them secure, before placing them down to the edge of the table. There. Maybe if he'd see it as he returned, he would be reminded of the guilt, and be unable to talk himself out of coming clean to Leyla. He had thought about it before, trying to ease his guilt by saying what he was doing was best for Leyla, but really, the only choice that mattered in that department was Leyla. She was the only one who could choose what was best for her, and whatever her choice, he'd support her fully. With his mind made up, Bill got up from his seat and exited his cabin, locking it as he left. He neared the chicken coop, scoping out his target. Once he chose which among them would be their dinner tonight, he went towards the greenhouse, owned by the Duke. As soon as he entered, a familiar voice greeted him. "Good day, Bill." The zookeeper called out to him as he crouched down on a nearby flower bed to get started with his work. They'd been colleagues for a long time now. Bill liked to think they were friends by now. He waved back, giving the flowers a once-over, before getting up and headed to the warehouse to chop up some firewood. The zookeeper approached him not soon after he did so. "By the way, Bill," the butler made a request not to stack the firewood right next to the generators. He informed him, making Bill frown at the new instructions. Bill grumbled about how the new machines were dictating his job. The generators were a new installment, which supposedly provided the mansion with this thing called an electricity, which they apparently produced. Bill had no idea what the fuss was all about. All he knew is it was a massive headache to learn. "Thank you for telling me," Bill replied, sighing as he looked around. "I think I can manage this one on my own, no need to worry," he assured, letting the zookeeper leave to do their own job. He walked back towards the warehouse, and pulled the doors open, before being greeted with loud whirring sounds. He winced as he strode in, the sound making the ground vibrate whenever he neared the operating machine. He cursed under his breath, complaining about how loud it was every time he had to be in the warehouse. He shot the machine a glare as he passed by. Things were so much easier before, and a lot less hassle than these infernal devices. His distaste for modern technology was something he shared with the Herhardt matriarch, Madame Norma. He mourned the days where he once worked silently in the warehouse, without the fuss of technology. He looked up, and was surprised to see Madame Norma, who was probably taking a stroll around the greenhouse. He greeted her respectfully as she asked him how work was. "Nothing much, madam," he replied. "It's just this thing is making more of a fuss today," he observed, and began stacking some firewood right next to them. Perhaps making a physical barrier between him and the generator would make it quieter. It would certainly help his sanity. He shook his head and brought more of the firewood he collected inside to pile right next to the machine. Things were much easier back in the day. Madame Norma hummed thoughtfully as she watched Bill work. Of that statement, he couldn't agree more. There was a loud cacophony in Leyla's class, as the children portrayed mixed reactions. Some had broken off into their respective groups, others opted to stay in their seats. There was a mixture of children laughing, while there were those who were despairing. Among the latter was little Monica. Leyla had just informed the students of her decision to transfer away from school, and thus was saying goodbye to them. She was most concerned for Monica, who might have taken the news too hard. Still, it was better to prepare them for their parting ways this early despite the remaining few months she still had with them. After making sure each of her students were all right, and understood she was only moving away and not abandoning them, she deemed her job finished and dismissed them. School was done for the day, so all she had to do was go back to her desk by the classroom to gather up her things. She still has dinner to prepare for after all. Perhaps she could cook them some roasted chicken tonight. As she was getting ready to leave school, and back to their cabin, she found herself busy with whether she should buy Uncle Bill either some new socks, a sweater, or a nice bottle of wine to share. She pedaled absent-mindedly, wondering how he'll take the news of her moving to another city by the next semester. He'll be heartbroken for sure, she thought to herself. Perhaps a nice drink will be a better consolation gift after all. She slipped out of her school slippers, before putting back on her shoes, tucking the slippers into the lockers properly, before smiling to herself in satisfaction. "You really think that's going to stop me?" Matthias' words to her during that night at the charity event echoed through her mind as she put on her shoes. The more she recalled his words, the more she found it incredulous he would say such a thing. He wasn't the type of man to be throwing around such empty threats. Leyla always thought he would remain the ever-serious Duke, even to his grave. Is it because of winter that he's like this? She couldn't help but wonder, is the cold getting to him after all? She hadn't had much interaction with him at all since the season started. At first she had been so anxious by his absence, but eventually grew relieved with her newfound peace. She really hoped it would stay that way. That one day, his interest in her would fade into nothing, and she could go back to the way her life was before she even met him. She grabbed her coat by the entrance of the school, tucking it around herself and closing all its buttons. She pushed the doors open with her free hand, carrying a box of her belongings with the other as she went to where her bike was. She secured her things first on her bike's basket, before finally pedaling back home. She went through her usual route, passing by downtown to buy some additional groceries. Once she was done, she tied it to the back of her bike instead as her basket was already full of her belongings. "Give my regards to Mr. Remmer," the owner called out just as she was about to leave, to which she only nodded back with a smile. "I will. Thank you," she replied. "Come and read on our website Wuxia World site." "Thanks." "Oh, and be careful on your way back. Bill might cry if the wine breaks once you get home." "I'll be careful," Leyla laughed. "Goodbye." She bid him goodbye and went on her way. Despite the cold air, the sun provided her with enough warmth for the clear day still left. She sped up as the skies turned orange, giving the afternoon a golden glow as the sun began to set. It has been a good day so far. Nothing was amiss. At least, nothing until she entered the streets leading to Arvis. "Leyla! Leyla!" A shrill voice called out to her, making Leyla halt in alarm, just in time for a fire brigade to pass her by, and straight towards the Duke's mansion. "Leyla!" She looked around, before seeing a frantic Mrs. Mona, who was practically in tears, held onto her hands as though she was holding on to dear life. Leyla grew alarmed. "And Mrs. Mona, what is it? What's wrong?" she quickly inquired. "Why did I just see the fire brigade?" She frantically looked around, before spotting the smoke trail. Leyla couldn't help but feel her heart constrict on her chest when she realized the smoke was coming directly from the Duke's greenhouse. "No. It can't be," Leyla exclaimed, turning back to ask Mrs. Mona, "The greenhouse is on fire?" "Oh, it wasn't just a fire, Leyla," Mrs. Mona wailed, tears streaming down her face. "I heard the electric generator practically exploded, taking half of the greenhouse with it in the process." Leyla gasped in alarm. "But the worst part of it, they say it's Bill Remmer who was to blame." "What?" she asked incredulously. "Why, Uncle? What happened?" And so Mrs. Mona talked. She told her how she couldn't understand fully what they had been saying, but from what she could piece together was that Bill had done something to the generators, which was why it exploded. But the worst part of it all was not the explosion itself. It was the fact that Madame Norma had been there during the explosion. "She's only gotten injured, thankfully, but practically the whole mansion is in a disarray." Mrs. Mona paused, catching her breath. Right now the police had been combing through the vicinity looking for Uncle. Leyla called out, cutting off Mrs. Mona as she saw her uncle being escorted by policemen. She quickly ran towards him. Bill looked up at the sound of her voice, surprised to see her. "Uncle, are you all right?" She quickly asked but was halted by the other police from going near him. She took in his appearance. He was covered in soot, parts of his clothes were singed, and he had some cuts and bruises all over him. Leyla felt her heart breaking. "Uncle, what's happening? Why are they saying it's your fault?" She called out to him as the police held her back as they dragged him away from her. "Uncle, it's not true, right? It can't be. It's just a misunderstanding." Bill tried to smile comfortingly at her, but it was difficult to look back when the police were adamant he had to go. "I'll be all right, Leyla. I'm sure this will all be over soon," he told her comfortingly, but it wasn't enough to ease the cold chill in Layla's chest. "I'll be back shortly." "Okay, Leyla, I'll be back." "Start moving." The police grunted as they pushed Bill to keep moving. Leyla tried to get away from the police holding her back, but she was pushed away, and right into Mrs. Mona's embrace, who quickly held back Leyla in a comforting hug. "Uncle," she called out, tears now streaming down her cheeks as she watched the police load Bill harshly into their car, slamming the door on his face, cutting off whatever it was he wanted to tell her. He only looked back at her silently, smiling comfortingly all this time. Leyla crumpled to the ground when the police left with their cars, and Uncle Bill with them before disappearing from the streets of Arvis. People rushed about to Layla's side, trying to help her stand, when she stumbled and collapsed in their arms. Layla's resounding cry echoes throughout Arvis winter night, before being drowned by the surrounding sounds of worry by the servants. But right before she passed out, she could have sworn the Duke was there, standing right on the mansion's front porch, atop the staircase. And then her world turned black. Leyla arrived in Arvis with a sunken face as she stared blankly at the road in front of her. When she regained consciousness, she immediately went to the police station and demanded to know what happened to her uncle, and what she could do. Unfortunately, there was nothing, the police informed her. The explosion had happened because of the many firewood that had been stacked beside it, which ultimately collapsed about half of the greenhouse. The glass around it cracked and shot out to everyone nearby, including Madame Norma, who was admiring the flower beds by the greenhouse at that moment. It was fortunate enough that the maid with her shielded her from the explosion, but the Herhardt matriarch still sustained broken bones from the impact of the explosion when the debris struck her. Add to the fact that the greenhouse, which was hailed as the most beautiful one around and home to various rare plants, was irrevocably irreparable. The police knew it was all an accident, but even if her Uncle Bill hadn't intended to do so, the accident took place, and someone must be held responsible. Especially a prominent figure in the community, as Madame Norma had been injured in the accident. The police did take pity on her, allowing her to speak with Bill on her visit, but it only led to more despairing words before she had to say goodbye. Perhaps if the Duke were to lessen the charges against him, he could get out sooner, the police told her just as she was about to leave. However, as of now, there's nothing else for him to do but to serve time for his current charges. They helped Leyla up, who had been begging on her knees for anything she could do for them to release him. She had failed in getting her uncle out. None of the police in the station were able to look her in the eyes after that. That's when she knew there was really no other way they could show her. Should his sentence be final, would Uncle really go to jail? She thought in despair as she walked the lonely road in Arvis. She's not certain what exactly the procedure was for such incidents, but she knew it would need a lot of time and money for a lawsuit to be filed. She can't even pay the bail for her uncle right now. She was unsure as to how she managed to reach Arvis, but she knew the only way she could help Uncle Bill was to beg mercy from the Herhardt household. All she could do was cry in the dark, her body moving in autopilot for her. But how could she do that? Madame Norma had gotten hurt during that explosion, not to mention their precious greenhouse was in shambles. Should she present herself in front of Madame Elise, all crying and begging, she might make the problem worse for her uncle. And then she caught sight of the mansion, the only source of light in the dark neighborhood. And then a thought struck her. Duke Herhardt. If it's him, then surely. Her thoughts trailed off as she began to pick up her pace despite her staggering steps. The Duke was ultimately the owner of the household. Sure, he made her uncomfortable, terrified, and bullied her relentlessly, made her confused with his actions over the past autumn season, but perhaps he would help her. She clasped her hands together in prayer as she passed by the still rose garden, and through the forest path. The river streamed restlessly once she passed through the riverbank, her breath quickening as she drew closer to the mansion. She could see the annex up ahead despite her white puffs of breath. The lights were still on, and so Leyla broke out into a run, heading towards her light at the end of the tunnel. Cry, even better if you beg. Chapter 67. The owner of Arvis. Norma watched as Leyla von Herhardt, Matthias' mother, kept walking back and forth all over her room. She fluffed up her pillows, tucked her in securely in bed, before checking over some last-minute details to ensure she was comfortable. I can't help but feel sorry for Bill. Norma piped up, making Leyla turn around in shock at the matriarch's words. Sorry? She asked incredulously, before sitting down at the edge of Norma's bed. How could you say you're sorry for him? You're the one injured by his negligence and destroyed the greenhouse, she exclaimed in an outrage. Normally Leyla wouldn't dare raise her tone at Norma. She respected the Herhardt matriarch too much. However, in this case she couldn't help herself. I didn't get hurt that badly, Norma softly explained, making Leyla scoff in disbelief at her words. I can't believe how forgiving you are this, she exclaimed. You have broken bones. You almost died. The only reason it wasn't worse than that was because the maid took most of the brunt of the explosion, she pointed out. She got up and began to fix the medicine by Norma's vanity, posture tense and angry as she tried to calm her tone as she reasoned with Norma. Also, Hassan had already given them warnings about not stacking firewood too close to the generators, and yet he deliberately did the opposite. He's not some rookie employee, Leyla. We've known him for years. Norma added, you and I both know this was all an accident. Well, that accident of his cost me my birds, and around half of your rare plants. We were fortunate that no person was involved in the casualties, but you could have been one too. Even the year-end party at Arvis is ruined now because the generator is gone. Leyla ended her argument. The rest of the banquet hall and dining room were now stuck with old-fashioned lamps just to light them up. The mansion's electricity was practically non-existent at this point because most of the lamps had been replaced to use the electricity, and now they were completely useless. I did tell you we didn't need that crude electricity, Norma huffed out. It was no secret from the start that the elder matriarch had been against changing the ways of the house. She was practically happy having lost the generators. There was no need for useless things. Things worked perfectly fine as they were before. And I understand how you feel, Leyla, Norma continued, but what good will punishing a gardener for things we can't undo? It won't bring back this electricity, nor rebuild the greenhouse. Better let him go now, especially since I'm certain he can't afford to pay us back. It's not about the money, Leyla pointed out exasperatedly, it's about responsibility, and making the rest of our servants vigilant in following orders. There was a tense silence between the two of them now. Leyla was trying to even her breathing while Norma remained contemplative. So you're going to send Bill Remmer to jail then? Norma finally asked, and Leyla let out a deep breath, shrugging. If the court deems him guilty, then he will be. Leyla replied diplomatically. Leyla, Norma softly called out, Bill has been with us for years. Been there since before Matthias was born. He's a friend by now. Also think about Leyla. What would happen to her now he is gone? She pleaded. Leyla could only shake her head in disbelief. Layla's an adult now, she could very well take care of herself, she stated. Besides, we all know she couldn't stay forever in Arvis as a guest. It seemed as though Leyla's mind was already made up, and nothing would change it. Also, I can't help but think about how Claudine feels right now about the explosion, Leyla continued. You know she loved the greenhouse, she even wanted to hold the wedding there. That's true. Norma trailed off. She couldn't help but wince at the mention of her grandson's fiancé. She knew by now Leyla had given instructions for the diligent repair of the greenhouse, but it would be impossible to finish it before the wedding. Claudine did love the once majestic greenhouse of Arvis. So you see, He inconvenienced not only himself, but also plenty more people, Elise continued, and that is why we simply cannot let him be after the accident. She sternly finished. I understand, Norma finally conceded, but it still doesn't feel right. With a deep sigh, Norma shifted in her seated position to lie down on her bed properly. Elise immediately nodded to the maids at the side to assist her. They rushed and aided her carefully as she lay down, rearranging her pillows to be more comfortable for her before going back to their previous post. Either way, the final decision lies with Matthias. Norma finally said, looking at Elise in the eyes with a meaningful stare. Elise's jaw clenched as she knew what Norma was silently telling her. Matthias was the current head of the Herhardt household after all. Ultimately, he held the fate of Bill Rimmer. Yes, I agree. Elise replied back, nodding in agreement. Whatever he says will be final, I won't disagree. I just hope he makes a wise decision. And with that she bid Norma good night, and left the older matriarch to rest. Leyla had just managed to arrive inside the annex and immediately headed towards the reception hall. Minutes later, Mark Evers went to Matthias, who was still in a phone call. Matthias turned to him, after excusing himself for a while, before he was informed of Layla's arrival. After checking Leyla was indeed there to see him, he nodded to the attendant, signaling him to leave before continuing the phone call. Mark gestured for her to come closer, to which Leyla did, and remained standing across Matthias, in front of his desk. And with that, Mark left them alone. Leyla fidgeted as she caught snippets of Matthias' conversation on the phone, growing more anxious by the second. Matthias was calling about the impending repairs that needed to be done in the greenhouse, as well as the generators, both of which got destroyed in the recent explosion. When the phone call was done, Matthias put it down, before turning to look at Leyla, his hands clasped in front of him as he rested his chin on his fingers. Leyla squirmed beneath his gaze. I see you got busy. She softly started, licking her lips nervously. No thanks to Mr. Rimmer. Matthias replied, devoid of any emotion, making Leyla nervous. Was he angry? Was he pitiful of her uncle? Sit, he commanded, gesturing to the sofa across from him. Leyla hastily shook her head in denial. Not in the mood to push her, Matthias only leaned back in his seat, and crossed his legs together. Immediately, Leyla went beside him, and took a deep bow. I'm deeply sorry for the accident today, Duke. She apologized. Matthias only stared at her, unsure why she was apologizing for the accident. Why are you apologizing? He asked her. I'm apologizing on behalf of Uncle Bill. She immediately replied, bowing lower as she could, please forgive him, just this once. She pleaded, desperately hoping he would accept her apology. You know my uncle, Duke, what kind of a person he is. She proceeded when Matthias remained silent, this was all just an accident. He's still so confused about electricity and generators, he misjudged it completely. She knelt down this time. She proceeded to give him excuses, about how his head always aches whenever he went in the warehouse due to the loud noises it produced, which was probably why he tried to shut it down. He would never wish to harm Madame Norma, or destroy the greenhouse or anyone in it. You know that. She finished. Leyla stuttered through her explanation, but that was only because she tried her best not to act hysterical in front of him. All that time Matthias let her talk, not interjecting even once. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Please forgive him, please. She begged. She was as white as a sheet of paper, her hand shaking as she waited for the verdict, refusing to look up at him as she kowtowed beside him. Leyla. The Duke called out for her softly in a low and gentle voice. Layla's head shot up immediately, looking up at him with red-rimmed eyes. How would you suggest I show him forgiveness then? Just let him go? Matthias asked rhetorically, and Leyla frantically nodded, swallowing back her tears. Matthias took a deep breath. Forgiveness, huh? He murmured to himself, calmly observing her quivering form. Leyla immediately stood up, and stepped back at a respectable distance. Matthias' gaze went to her shoes, all covered in dust and dirt, probably from all the running she did to the police station and back. His gaze trailed up, glancing at her stocking-clad calves, emphasizing its slenderness. He tilted his head, leisurely moving his eyes up her form, seeing her clutch at her dark gray skirt, ending just above her knees. His eyes went further up, watching her checkered coat envelop her, with the red sweater hiding beneath. The two top buttons of her shirt were open, revealing her slender neck, before he met her teary eyes once more. She looked so desperate. He had been certain he'd given her loads of pretty clothes, yet she always manages to dress like a nun. "Why should I?" he finally asked her, his brows furrowing as Leyla found herself at a loss for words. "Why should I forgive Bill? Show him mercy?" Matthias then stood up from his seat and brushed up against her casually, heading straight for the fireplace, stopping right in front of it. He stared into its flames, a frown marring his features. Please Duke," Leyla stammered, but was immediately cut off. "The generator exploded because of a warning he ignored," Matthias began, "resulting in my grandmother almost dying, and the destruction of expensive property." He listed off all of the cases against Bill Remmer, making Leyla face the harsh truth. With every item, he took one step closer to her, looking all the more imposing. He only stopped when he was only a step away from her quivering form. "And you want me to just show him mercy?" he finished, looking down at her. "Tell me why I would do that?" "Please, Duke." "So you wish for me to just dismiss all his wrongdoings then? To just let him go?" he asked her, eyes shifting to caress Leyla on her collar with the tip of his fingers. She looked rather cute with the way the shirt hung loosely on her shoulders, though it did look rather familiar to him. It wasn't long until he realized it was the same shirt she wore during that picnic in autumn. The exact blouse he'd taken off when she had the accident as well. He couldn't help but wonder if perhaps this was also the same shirt she wore when she asked to be transferred away from Arvis and work at a different school. His grip on her collar tightened, as he stared at her coldly. "Who do you think you are to ask for such a thing?" he practically snarled at her. Leyla felt as though he slapped her in the face with his response. His hands moved up, and grasped her chin tightly. Tell me, Leyla," he demanded. Tears welled up in Layla's eyes as he forced her to keep eye contact. Tears flowed down her cheeks in streams, drowning the fingers around her chin. His voice softened up as he straightened up, her face still in his hand. "Truly, who do you think you are?" he asked calmly, his voice back to being indifferent. Leyla couldn't help but wonder if their last interactions together were all just something she conjured up in her mind. How he kept his word to not harm Phoebe, to not harm her as he healed her injuries. Even the jokes and light-hearted smiles they secretly shared in the latest autumn season. All those times he intrigued her with every new side she discovered from him. She could still see them as clear as day, and yet, looking now into his dull and cold eyes, she couldn't help but wonder if they all meant nothing to him after all. Her voice was caught in her throat, unable to speak as her body was racked in terror. Images of her precious uncle trapped behind iron bars, shattering her safe haven in Arvis, and his cold imposing figure muddled her brain. She couldn't think clearly. "How bold of you to demand such a thing from me without an equal exchange," he informed her. Leyla bit her lower lip to stifle back her sobs, but wasn't successful to do so as she openly cried in front of him. Matthias continued to act as though her world wasn't falling apart in front of him. "I don't like entering an exchange that will bring me nothing," he finished, and Leyla couldn't help but try once more. "Duke, please," she sobbed, but he cut her off once more. "Sadly, your tears are not enough to buy Bill Remmer's freedom. I have nothing to offer you but my apologies, please." "We don't have money," she kept begging. But his grip on her tightened as he forced her to keep quiet. "I wasn't talking about a monetary exchange, Leyla," he explained to her. "A deal can be made with whatever one party wishes to have that the other can only offer to gain the favor they want." He pulled her closer, until their faces were only a hair's breadth away. "And I'm willing to enter such a trade with you." "A trade?" Layla's sobs have quieted as she grew curious as to what he wanted from her. "Yes, a trade." He slowly nodded, glancing up and down at her before meeting her gaze once more. Her eyes widened in realization and began to pull away from him, shaking her head wildly in refusal. He released her from his grip, letting her stumble back as he returned to his position and sat unbothered on his wing chair. The fear in Layla's eyes was now replaced with a silent fury as she glared at him intently. I won't do that," she exclaimed, locks of her hair coming undone due to her struggling, making her neck all the more enticing to him. "You're engaged to Lady Claudine. You're about to get married," she pointed out in an outrage. Matthias only shrugged as he looked at her inquiringly. "And that's relevant how?" he asked her, casually pulling out a handkerchief as he looked back at her defiant figure. He looked rather bored to be in this conversation. Suddenly, the phone rang once more, making Layla jump in surprise as she stumbled away from his desk. Matthias only sighed softly, before brushing up against her again as he walked back towards the phone. "The final decision is up to you, think about it," he told her as he placed his hand on the ringing phone. "You can refuse if you want, and that'll be the end of it." Just as Layla was going to ask him what would happen should she refuse, he picked up the phone. She watched as the perverse man in front of her transformed into a respectable duke so seamlessly. He was talking about his grandmother this time, asking about updates on her health. Layla couldn't dream of being anything of value to this man. She found it difficult to breathe as she stood still. She walked out of the room, and was greeted by a nicely lit part of the annex, a complete opposite of the darkness threatening to overwhelm her. She kept walking until she stopped by the stairwell outside, leading up to the second floor of the annex, and crumpled down to the floor in a daze. She could feel her chest constricting as she pulled her knees to her chest. She watched the currents of the outside river reflect the moonlight, getting lost in its shine. She felt as though she had just woken up from a long sleep, dreaming of a beautiful nightmare. Cry, even better if you beg. Chapter 68. You have no choice. It's been a few days since Bill Remmer had been taken in by the police. Layla had gone earlier to meet with a lawyer at the law office. And now, she was heading home with a dejected spirit. "Oh Layla, you're back." Mrs. Mona greeted her as soon as she arrived. She had been pacing worriedly in front of their cabin for quite a while before Layla arrived. "How was the meeting? Do you meet the lawyer yet? What did he say?" she quickly inquired of the young woman. But Layla couldn't speak coherently, too stuck in the endless reminder that there was nothing she could do for Bill. She only shook her head, which made the small glimmer of hope in Mrs. Mona's eyes disappear. The servants up in Arvis had helped raise some funds to free Bill, giving her the money they've gathered from time to time to help her pay for the lawyer without her knowledge. Layla could do nothing but receive them with gratitude, feeling her heart about to burst with their show of care and concern for both of them. But what good was the money when even the lawyer told her the evidence gathered was stacked against Bill? "Oh dear." Mrs. Mona gasped. "You know, I heard that Madame Norma was ready to drop the charges, but Madame Elise felt different and wanted him to suffer for what he's done. But it was only an accident, she could have afforded to forgive him," Mrs. Mona informed her. Layla gulped down her in focus, before turning towards the missus. "Should I, perhaps, speak with Madame Elise then?" she asked softly, but Mrs. Mona only smiled sadly at the suggestion. "I think the better course of action is to see the Duke instead," Mrs. Mona suggested. "You see, I heard Madames Norma and Elise couldn't agree on what to do, so they left the final decision to the young Duke," she explained. At the news, Layla felt herself grow dizzy. Mrs. Mona immediately reached out to steady her back onto her feet, gently escorting her back inside their cabin to get her to sit. "Don't worry, Layla. I'm certain the Duke will be more gracious than his mother," Mrs. Mona comforted her. "There's still hope yet." She patted her petite shoulders softly, rubbing her palms up and down the frail woman to warm her up a little before walking around the fireplace to light some fire. "I'm worried for you, Layla dear," Mrs. Mona voiced out. "You look so thin these days, and have gone paler. Mr. Remmer would not like for you to ignore your well-being for his sake. Here, I brought some stuff I think you might like." Mrs. Mona immediately brought over her package she had set aside earlier. Leyla could only watch as Mrs. Mona placed some food before her, alongside some water. She politely smiled up at the missus. "Thank you for these, Mrs. Mona," she finally said, "however I think I'll eat them later," she admitted softly. Mrs. Mona only sighed at Layla's dispirited state, before wishing her well and finally took some leave. As soon as she was alone, Leyla buried her face in her hands and began to cry. The lawyer she met with earlier had given her no solution, and more explanations as to why defending Bill from his crimes was a fruitless endeavor. Should he be lucky, he might not serve time in prison. Instead, the litigation would only take more time and effort for them to accomplish. Given that compensation for the damages inflicted would be unavoidable, going up against the Herhardt in a legal battle was largely inadvisable. At times like this, it's best for both parties to compromise before going to court. That was the last advice the lawyer had given her, which only served to fill her with more dread. She knew that the Herhardt household was devoid of mercy. Perhaps not the entire household, but the Duke certainly was. She'd already gone to see him after all, 3 days ago to be specific. The last few days she struggled with a decision and tried to take whatever alternative road was presented to her. She couldn't find it in herself to eat, drink or sleep regularly due to the stress her current predicament landed her in. Her dignity refused to enter such a perverse deal. It was against everything she stood for. She didn't want to fall into another one of the Duke's traps. She bit her lip, a nervous tick she can't seem to get rid of. She stood up from her seat and began to pace around the kitchen, before she returned to the desk to take small sips from the glass of water Mrs. Mona prepared earlier. "If I'm suffering this much, think about the pain Uncle Bill is experiencing right now." Leyla scolded herself as she recalled the hollow face her dear uncle sported within the past few days. Seeing him like that was like a knife to her heart, being twisted deeper, embedding the blade within the depths of her chest. She can't continue to act like this. She needed to do something to free her uncle. And she was presented with the only way she could do so successfully. It didn't matter how much she tried to swerve away from making a deal with him, she always ended up with the same unware. And that was to accept the Duke's offer. Her jaw clenched at the thought, remembering the way the Duke gazed at her with unbridled lust, making her feel so disgusted and ashamed of even entertaining the thought. He was so calm back then, and even had the audacity to look so amused with her. She knew that expression well. He wore it enough times whenever he went out hunting just for the fun of it, or whenever he tormented her to the point of crying. No matter what she did to rise up against him, despite her many falls in his presence, she was unable to escape him. She collapsed back onto her chair, but no tears left her eyes. They were too dried up, and her heart too numb to produce them. She could hear her ragged breaths in the still night, much like a soundless cry for help. Compared to the others, her life may seem so insignificant, but the way she lived was oh so important to her. She tried to do right all her life, earn a living through honest, good work and to do nothing she would be ashamed about. That nothing, much less a man's petty desires, could trample upon her hard-earned life. But she's made up her mind. What would Uncle Bill think of me, if he knew what I did? She couldn't help but wonder. Just thinking about him brought up a new surge of worry. And thus in the dead of the night, Leyla embraced the darkness around her, not finding any will in her to move for a long while. It was already late into the night when Matthias finally managed to sign the last of the documents for the day after thoroughly reviewing it. He leaned back in his chair, before turning to his attendant nearby. "You are done for the day, you may go now," he ordered bluntly. The attendant only bowed in acquiescence, retrieving the signed documents in his arms, before swiftly leaving him on his own. Despite the time Matthias spent on his own in the annex, he had lately been spending more time in the building now that he had no access to electricity back in the mansion. Though that wasn't the only reason why. He felt as though tonight was the night. Leyla should be coming to visit soon enough, he thought to himself. He knew she'd been exhausting her resources, trying to find a way out of her situation without having to deal with him. But she should have known by now that he always got what he wanted in the end, no matter how long it took. Matthias knew, on that day of Bill's accident, that he finally found an undisputable leverage over Leyla. To clip her wings, and have her stay by his side. He had been making a plan with it in his mind when he heard, and seeing her so desperate in front of him just made him go through with it. And thus here he was, awaiting for an answer he was certain of. He knew her current predicament wasn't the most proper, or the most correct way of gaining her favor for him. He had been in a hurry to bind her to him. Though he had to throw away his initial plans regarding her, he believed he would eventually be presented with an opportunity to seize that happiness he so desired from her. He reached out to the end of his desk, his fingers opening the cigarette box, grabbing a stick. He brought it up to his lips, the other hand already reaching for the lighter, when a knock disrupted him. Knock. 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 Something shifted in his dull eyes when he heard it. It was so soft, so hesitant. A glint returned to his eyes, and despite having not used it, he quickly discarded his cigarette to a nearby trash bin before slowly rising from his seat with barely contained excitement. He took slow, steady steps towards the door, wanting to make her squirm, before he swung the door, slowly revealing Leyla in front of him. It was just as he expected. She did manage to make her decision. A cold breeze rushed through him as he saw her, creating tension between them as they stared at each other wordlessly. He would have thought the time had frozen between them, but the way their clothes rustled and her hair swayed with the wind told him otherwise. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Eventually, he moved, stepping aside in a wordless order for her to come in. Leyla turned paler at the sight of him, and despite the growing chill in her bones, she crossed the threshold into his office. The door slowly swung shut, the sound of a lock turning echoing through the silent halls, and the occupants hidden from any outsiders. Leyla found herself in the exact same spot she had been a few days ago when she had come to beg the Duke for mercy for Uncle Bill's sake. She stood in front of him, just as she did before as well, but the expression on her face was no longer filled with that glimmer of hope. No, instead, there was only resignation and fear. Matthias sat cross-legged on the sofa across from her, as if to show he was willing to give her space, allowing her more time to gather her thoughts. She fidgeted with her fingers as she took a deep breath before finally breaking the silence. I am nothing, right next to you, Duke. She began softly, head held up high as she looked him in the eye. Matthias snorted at her words, tilting his head at her inquiringly. And what of it? You are a respectable member of this community. She pointed out, if you were to risk that all for a slight fancy with a lesser woman, your reputation would be destroyed. A slight defiant glint echoed in her eyes at that statement. So I implore you, Duke, I would do anything, please, but not this. Leyla thought he would reconsider, but it seemed even for this argument, he had prepared for a counter-statement. He only smirked at her, a triumphant look on his face. Leyla, he began, did you know my family actually owns a castle by the resort, south of Berk? He asked her, filling Leyla with a sense of dread with what he was to say. Because of its beauty, it became a pretty reputable castle in this empire. My grandfather eventually purchased it for the sake of his mistress. She lived in the castle receiving my grandfather's affection and soon passed away. Duke. You see, my father was a music enthusiast. He interrupted, and oftentimes he'd bring many women there, who played fanciful music to him, but the longest he had with him was a famous singer. My mother quite liked her too. He gazed up at Leyla, watching the way her face slowly turned pale. Oh, she was a very talented singer, Matthias continued. Would you like me to tell you how their relationship was? What fate did their reputations end with? His voice was sweet, as though he was just telling her an old wives' tale. It made Leyla speechless how crass he was at implying what he meant. She knew exactly how his predecessors' reputations ended. There was no way she couldn't know. Even to this day, even if they've long since passed, they are still widely respected and highly regarded by the people of Carlsbad. It seemed after all, there was really no way out of the deal he had given her. She knew that when she came here, but she wanted to try one last time. A different angle to revise the deal set out for her. So for just one night then? She clarified, finally looking back into his eyes. Perhaps she was more worthless than she initially thought. She wasn't even good enough to tarnish his reputation. Leyla thought to herself numbly that it would be just as though she had fallen from a very tall tree and got deep wounds from it. She would be unlucky, and it would hurt for a long time, might even leave a scar, but eventually she will recover from it, sooner or later. Such an unfair deal that would be, don't you think, Leyla? The Duke hummed. I refuse to enter deals where I couldn't get the maximum amount of benefits I could take. He eyed her up and down. Do you really think yourself so impressive that one night with you would be enough for the price of Bill Remmer's freedom? He prodded at her, making her squirm. She couldn't bear to look at him any longer, swiftly turning her back towards him, but was rooted in place. Should she leave now, she would forever surrender her only hope of helping her uncle. And even if he were to be released after he's served his sentence, her uncle would never be the same again. Bill's hollow face in her latest visit flashed through her mind. Her jaw clenched, knuckles turning white as she balled her hands into a fist. Matthias leaned back on his seat and watched as Leyla fought with herself over what decision she would make. Leyla couldn't help but think just how despicable he truly was. But how could she expect any different? He really was the type of person who would willfully destroy a person's life just to get what he wanted, with no regards as to how the other person would feel when it's done. When he gets bored of her, he'd no sooner throw her away as trash in his pocket. Just as he did with those poor birds he shot and killed whenever he hunted them down for a little bit of fun. Matthias could only smirk at the glare Leyla stared at him with. This time, she turned around to face him fully. Unable to run or turn away from him any longer, Leyla immediately fell to the floor as her knees buckled beneath her. Matthias wasted no time in kneeling in front of her, a smug grin on his face as though he expected her to do so. Deft fingers traveled up her arms, popping one button open at the top of her blouse. Leyla shied away instinctively, but he held her in place. "Leyla," he whispered, a warm breath hitting her cheeks as he brushed his lips against her ear. "You have no choice but to do as I wish, that was the deal." He reminded her. "You said so yourself, didn't you? You'd do anything?" He chuckled as he held open her blouse, his other hand coming up to grab her chin, forcing her to look up at him. "However, if you did change your mind, well," he gestured to the entrance of his office, "the door's right there." He pointed out, forcing her to look at the locked door, before slowly letting her go and pulling away from her. He was reminding her she was the one making a choice to be with him, and not the other way around. Oh, how she despised him. He practically cornered her between a rock and a hard place. She was completely desperate by now. How could he make it seem as if she even had a choice in the matter? She never had one in the first place. Her body trembled as she looked down on the ground, refusing to give him the satisfaction of her looking up at him like a weak woman. "I will never forgive you," she hissed in a whisper. "Do as you wish," she finally declared, and Matthias wasted no time in closing the distance between them once again, watching as she shed her blouse, popping the buttons away one by one. Impatient, he grabbed her hands and ripped her blouse open, the buttons scattering all over the floor as he slid it down her shoulders and threw it aside. Leyla felt herself sink onto the floor, back pressed onto the cold tiles as he nosed her neck, before his lips stopped right next to her ears. "Don't worry, Leyla, I certainly will," he responded. She wanted nothing more than to hurl curses and insults at him in that instant. However, she could only bite her lips in response, feeling the way his eyes roamed all over her. She refused to participate in such an act, turning her head away from him. But his hand grabbed her by the chin once more, and before she knew it, his lips were upon hers. Leyla moaned in protest at the way he was shoving his tongue down her throat. She wanted to avoid kissing in the activity, but he wouldn't even allow her that kind of dignity. He covered her with his body, hovering above her half-naked form, making her feel more suffocated. He pulled away, a strand of saliva connecting both their lips as he moved down, trailing wet kisses and suckling on her unblemished skin, nipping and biting her wherever he wanted to. She couldn't help but wince with every action, resolutely looking up at the ceiling instead. She felt his hands shift, calloused palms rubbing at her thighs, slowly going higher and higher. He was rubbing circles at her inner thighs, making heat pool uncomfortably in her stomach with every touch. His hands went up under her skirt, hooking nimble fingers by the edge of her stockings before pulling them all the way down her legs. She choked back a sob as the cool air hit her bare legs, feeling the goosebumps begin to form. The mixed sounds of labored breathing and moaning echoed in the room, filling the silence between them as he pried her legs open for him. Next he swiftly discarded the rest of her skirt and underwear, tossing them onto the growing pile of her discarded clothes. He settled down between her legs and looked down in all her bare glory. Beautiful. He couldn't help but whisper with such adoration as he gazed down at the perfection beneath him. Cry, even better if you beg. Chapter 69. Savior. Her thoughts were muddled throughout the entire ordeal, blocking out the majority of the ordeal in her mind. She knew only one thing could bring her peace once this was all over. You promised. She couldn't help but whisper in between her moans as she felt him thrusting deep into her. Leyla arched her back as he kept going, hands grasping at his biceps, fingernails digging into his skin at the reluctant pleasure coursing through her veins. Matthias looked up at her, lust-filled eyes looking at her in a prodding manner to voice out her thoughts. He was too drunk in euphoria at that moment, feeling her warmth engulfing him, squeezing him tightly inside her. He let go of his grasp in her hair, and used it to cup her flushed cheeks. You promised to show mercy, she continued, letting out a breathy moan when he hit her deep in her sweet spot, hands hastily grabbing perches on his broad shoulders. Please. She begged, unable to voice further coherent words. Despite being too preoccupied with the feeling of being sheathed inside her, Matthias still had his wits about him, and understood her completely. He couldn't help but release a dry chuckle as he picked up his pace, grunting whenever she tightened around him. How could he despise her? She looked so delectable, begging for her dear Uncle Bill's freedom as she writhed in pleasure beneath him. It didn't matter to him why she agreed to tangle with him at this moment, her eyes still shone prettily like jewels to him. He watched as she struggled to support her weight in her arms, grabbing blindly onto him as she hooked her arms from behind his neck, bringing their faces closer. He could clearly see the tears in the corner of her eyes and he couldn't help but begin to chase his pleasure at the sight of it. She could burst into tears any minute now, should he delay answering her. She threw her head back with a wanton moan, her eyelids fluttering closed as she lost strength when she felt warmth pool into her. Her body limply lay still on the floor, leaving Matthias panting with sweat on his brows as he hovered above her. He couldn't help but admire her. Leyla still stubbornly refused to look at him, but that didn't matter. Nothing changed in the desire he felt for her, in fact it seemed to grow stronger. One more, just one more time, he couldn't help but think as he pulled her towards him, hands grasping onto her tousled hair firmly, but gently. He saw a glimpse of fear in her as he did so, before she finally turned to look at him. And he ravished her lips once more as they began their intimate dance anew. Truly, this was a fair deal, Matthias thought to himself. When Leyla woke from her deep sleep, the whole room was filled with a bright light. She winced when the sunlight hit her eyes, blinking as it adjusted at the flood of light. She could feel her body sore, parts she didn't know would hurt making themselves known as she gingerly sat up on her bed, before leaning against her headboard. She had half a wish that everything that happened last night was just a cruel nightmare, but the stiffness in her body proved it otherwise. She blinked back remnants of sleep as she turned to look at her reflection in her mirror by the vanity. Last night she had dragged herself half awake back home. When she finally reached her cabin, Leyla had just barely locked the doors before collapsing in a dreamless sleep on her own bed. She would have liked to wash away last night's traces on her body, but she was so exhausted she couldn't even lift a finger after hitting her mattress. The best she could do last night was to get home without driving herself to insanity because of last night's events. Absent-mindedly, her eyes trailed down her body, watching the hickeys he'd left on her skin, the dried body fluids making her feel unkempt and sticky all over. Seeing them once more made the shame run deep inside her as tears welled up in the memory of being violated in the most humiliating way. "It's nothing," Leyla told herself as she tried to even her breathing. She dragged herself to her bath, and began to scrub her body. "It's not that big of a deal, not when you know why you have to do it," she kept telling herself. She only kept scrubbing, rubbing her skin raw until it turned red, and her shame was replaced with a numbness as she watched the dirty water flow down the drain. Leyla slowly walked out, robotically putting on some clothes before trudging towards their dining area and sat by the table, staring at nothing. Belatedly she thought she should get something to eat before heading out to visit her Uncle Bill. She needed to gather her strength after all. She couldn't afford to show signs of her fatigue. Immediately she moved to grab the food Mrs. Mona had brought to her yesterday, setting some out on a plate and placing it on the table. She only chose some of the lighter options. While she knew she needed to eat more, for now she couldn't find the strength in her to even swallow. Despite not feeling hungry, she dutifully shoved some of the food down her throat, forcing herself to swallow with the aid of some water running down her throat. Once she finished off the last piece of the sliced bread, she caught an odd stack in the corner of her eyes. She had been so out of it in the last few days, she hadn't noticed it. It took her a while to realize it's been lying in wait for several days now, considering the light dust gathering on its surface. Curiously, Leyla approached the stack of letters, untying the string around them and picking up the topmost envelope to see who it was from. Her eyes widened and hands shook as she recognized the penmanship written across the sheet. "Kyle," she thought in shock, her heart skipping a beat at seeing his penmanship on it. Immediately she checked the other letters, flipping one after the next with a renewed urgency. Leyla dropped the letters haphazardly on the desk, checking until the last. All of them were from Kyle. She braced herself on the edge of the table, steadying her breathing as she glanced at the multitude of letters addressed solely to her. Where did these come from? Leyla stared at them in shock for a while, before tearing open the earliest letter she should have received. Tears welled up in her eyes and her hands shook as she began reading the first of many letters Kyle had sent to her. It had been dated back since the beginning of the latest fall season. Her eyes went to the first line of the letter, choking back a sob. "Thank you, Duke. I sincerely don't know what else to say. Thank you so much." Bill thanked profusely as he bowed deeply to the Duke in front of him with a flushed face out of shame. He looked a little worse for wear, his last few days difficult, but still held so much hope that everything would be fine. And he was proven right when the Duke dropped the charges against him with no compensation needed. He was looking much brighter than ever. "I can never repay you for this mercy you've shown me." He trailed off, tears welling up in his eyes in his ecstatic disbelief over the miracle he was shown. Just then, he saw Leyla entering through the entrance of the police station. He couldn't help but beam happily at her arrival. "Leyla!" he greeted excitedly towards her. Multiple pairs of eyes around them were drawn to the commotion, looking back and forth from Bill and Leyla, including the Duke and the lawyer he was with. Leyla froze as she momentarily met the Duke's gaze before looking back at her uncle. Trepidation filled her as she hurriedly went to her uncle's side. "Uncle!" she greeted back, grasping onto his arm tightly as though she was afraid to let go. "What's happening here?" she hurriedly asked. "It seems congratulations are in order, Leyla," the police officer with them began, with a beaming smile. "The Duke has just dropped all charges against your uncle," he explained. Leyla tried to act as though it was a surprise, but the smile on her face was stiff as she now turned to face the Duke. "Is that so?" she asked slowly, her head turning jerkily before she fully faced the Duke to give him a respectable bow of her head and thanks despite the deep rage filling her in seeing him, "and my sincerest gratitude for you, Duke." She thanked him reluctantly. There was a rush of emotions circling inside her mind as both she and her uncle bowed in thanks in front of him. Her hands grew clammy on her grip on her uncle's arms, feeling her body grow colder every second passing with him nearby. At a distance, nothing seemed amiss to the others despite how awkward Leyla was acting. The people only chalked it up to her innate shyness. No one else noticed her warring emotions, at least, No one else but Duke Herhardt did. Matthias and Leyla's eyes met once again, as his lawyer spoke with the police for some last-minute details per his instructions. Leyla's eyes stared at him with deep contempt, to which he stared back challengingly, glancing discreetly towards her uncle in a subtle threat. If she wanted to keep their little affair a secret, she should know better to hide her emotions, starting with stopping her hands from shaking so much. There was a small upturn on the corner of his lips as he watched her dainty little hands. He could just have easily left it all up to his lawyer to smoothen out the details of Bill's release alone, but he wanted to come. He wanted to see his impertinent mistress, Leyla Lewellin. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Memories from last night flooded the back of his mind. After their coupling had stopped, the annex had gone silent, leaving only their heavy breathing in the air. Blood-stained shirt, torn cuff buttons, their clothes were scattered all over the floor, their figures all disheveled. Matthias only took one look at his messy form, before forcing himself to stand up. Leyla then remained curled up on the floor, hugging herself. The firelight nearby illuminated her hunched form, casting a soft orange glow on her pale skin, littered with marks, courtesy of him. Her shaky breaths echoing against the cackling fire. Matthias picked up his discarded trousers, pulling them up smoothly, and wore back his dress shirt before plopping down on the sofa nearby to continue adoring Leyla's naked form. He liked the dark contrast of his marks left on her. It fed the hungry beast inside him with deep satisfaction. Shame he couldn't see her face from where he was because she still refused to look at him. Her long golden locks were pasted on her back with the sweat she accumulated. Prints of his hands, from the rough way he'd gripped her hips and thighs, reminded him of how soft she felt in his hands. He thought of calling out her name to make her look at him, but shook the thought away, replacing it with a cigarette. Still, he couldn't find it in himself to light it up. He couldn't help but watch how she stubbornly refused to move from her fetal position, still turned away from him. It grated on his nerves. He had half a mind to grab her form and force her to do as he wished. But that wasn't what he wanted from her. Losing the desire to smoke, he only discarded the unlit cigarette once more, before he stood back up. He walked towards his adjoined bedroom, brows furrowed with the slight regret of not taking a few extra minutes of taking her on his bed instead. Matthias felt a slight guilt on having her experience their coupling on a cold hard floor instead of on his plush and soft mattress. He went back to check on her, and watched as she stiffened up at the sound of his return. He only scoffed at her childishness, grabbing his hung coat by the rack and tossed it haphazardly over her prone form. She winced at the sudden contact, but still did not move. It was starting to become difficult who was being insulted between them in his mind. Trying to rein in his emotions, Matthias could only retreat momentarily to his bathroom to get his emotions in order. She annoyed him as much as she satisfied him, which made him at a loss of what to do next. He took a short shower, resolving to soothe the lingering ache on Leyla, but when he was done, and went back out to gather her in his arms, he found himself alone and bewildered. Leyla was nowhere in sight anymore. She had run away from him. He frantically searched around the annex, before he finally came to terms she was gone and left with no goodbye. He saw her discarded blouse, destroyed with the buttons ripped and scattered all over the marble flooring. If he were to look closely, he could also see a few strands of her golden hair left behind. He also saw his jacket hung carelessly by the rack and couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. Did she hate the thought of being with him so much she'd rather risk being seen in such a scandalous state of undress to return home? He was partially thankful he hadn't gone after her then, for he knew his patience was reaching its limit. Should he have encountered her one more time last night, he believed he could have treated her a lot rougher than before. And thus he only stared down at Leyla in front of him now, convincing himself he made a wise decision last night. It had just been a few hours since he'd buried himself in her, and already he could feel the same stirrings he felt for her last night when he found himself bereft of his mistress. "You made such a noble decision, Duke," the police praised him, bringing Matthias back to the present moment. "Truly you are deserving of the respect and praise as the head of Herhardt house." Matthias only briefly thanked him, ending the conversation effectively before leaving the police station in a swift manner. It didn't take long enough before Leyla, Bill and the other police officers to start moving once more. Bill went after as Matthias' chauffeur opened up his door for him. "Duke, I will never forget this kindness until I die." Bill thanked him profusely. "Truly I won't," he declared earnestly, bowing one last time at him. Matthias only stared at the gardener's niece, a dark glint in his eye. "It was nothing, Mr. Remmer," he replied, watching the way Leyla looked sick at the thought of her uncle thanking him and singing his praises. "I expect to see you in Arvis again," he concluded, before finally getting in his car. Leyla all that time refused to smile once more. He couldn't help the small grin he sent to her as the car door closed between them. Truly he'll see her once more in a similar state soon. He'd make sure of it. When the Duke had finally left the police station, Leyla felt relief flood her body at his disappearance. They both did some last-minute checks on the charges that were dropped before they finally left. Leyla hooked arms with her uncle, resting her head on his shoulder. They talked for a while, Leyla asking what she missed before finally speaking up. "What do you mean we're still staying in Arvis?" she asked with a slight frown. "Why are we staying?" Bill could hardly contain his joy as he squeezed an arm around her comfortingly. She found herself deeply confused as they walked back to their quaint cabin in Arvis. "Oh, it's all the Duke's doing really," he replied bashfully, still sporting a wide grin in his relief. "He told me I could still work in Arvis, and continue living in the cabin." "What?" Leyla couldn't help but ask dumbly. She had hoped they could take this as a chance to move away. But Uncle Bill softly held up a hand, wordlessly imploring her to let him continue. "At first I wanted to refuse, my dear, really. I felt so guilty about my neglect that I couldn't bear to go back to work there." He admitted, however, "The Duke only told me to take this as a penance for my misdeeds, and work harder in restoring the greenhouse back to its former glory." Leyla could only feel the growing pit of dread in her stomach. "He also proceeded to tell me that my skills and expertise were a crucial part in the restoration, and I thought about it and agreed. I am a gardener, and have worked on the greenhouse for many years. Who better to fix my mistakes than myself after all?" He turned to Leyla, looking for some sort of approval. "Would the madams allow you to return to work?" Leyla asked him worriedly, to which Bill only smiled softly at her fretting. "The Duke tells me that Madame Norma welcomes me gladly, and Madame Elise has conceded to their wishes." He answered her, "Ah, what a godsend the Duke really is, Leyla. Our savior he truly is," he praised. Leyla could only numbly agree. Savior. Uncle Bill sang him praises and called him their savior. Leyla wanted nothing more than to shout her contradictions and ruin their image of him. He was a vile and cruel man, and everyone deserved to see him as she saw him. But at the same time, she wanted to spare her uncle the unbearable guilt he would feel if he knew what she had to do just so he could walk free once more. She couldn't do that to him. Thus she kept her mouth shut, doing her best to rein in her indignation until she could calm down. Uncle Bill proceeded to tell her about how he felt so guilty for destroying such a masterpiece over the last few days. And that perhaps, should he help it be restored to its former glory, he would feel a faint sense of peace in seeing it through. "Truly it's the only way I could ever repay the kindness he's shown us," Bill finished. "I understand, Uncle," Leyla softly replied. If only he knew their debt was already being paid, but she'll take that secret to the grave if she could. "Truly, Leyla, you needn't worry too much anymore." Bill tried placating her. "I promise to be careful from now on. I'll do better in following precautions," he sighed, stopping in front of the gates of Arvis before pulling her into a tender hug. Leyla could only watch how her uncle's vibrancy was slowly returning to him, and hugged him back. Despite her shame, she was happy he was out. She never wanted to see him as hollow as he did ever again. Suddenly there was a cacophony nearby, growing loudly by the second. They both pulled away and looked to see what the commotion was all about, and Bill could only laugh jovially at the sight of the servants rushing to greet them. "Bill, you really are back." "Oh, thank goodness. We missed you, Bill." They gathered around Bill, reaching out and hugging and touching him in any way they could. Leyla only stepped back, giving them a wide berth to be sufficiently reunited with her uncle. She watched as they excitedly welcomed him back. Their joy was infectious that Leyla couldn't help but smile serenely at the sight in front of her. She turned away, eyes glancing at the beautiful and elaborate gates that seemed to close in on her. The smile she had slipped, eyes returning to a dull state as the golden emblem was reflected in her eyes. Cry, even better if you beg. Chapter 70. You mean nothing to me. Well, I'm pleasantly surprised you decided to stay, Miss Lewellin. The headmistress told her after she explained she wouldn't be going away after all. There really is no better school around than the one in your hometown. She laughed heartily in delight. Leyla only faintly smiled in reply, doing her best to be cordial as she sat from across the headmistress. Her eyes lowered to the ground, looking quite embarrassed at her changing her decision. I'm truly sorry for giving you trouble over my transfer. Leyla apologized, bowing her head in remorse. The headmistress only brushed off her apology. Nonsense, the headmistress said, as long as you're staying in our school there's no trouble to be had. She pointed out before clearing her throat, and looking a bit sheepish this time. By the way, Miss Lewellin, may I inquire if you changed your mind about Theo? Leyla looked up. Theo? She softly wondered to herself, before memories of the grocery store owner's son popped up in her mind. Oh. Theo? She looked back at the headmistress, who nodded eagerly. Fortunately, the headmistress' spouse neared them, carrying a tray with tea, effectively cutting off their conversation. Come now, dear, let's not force her, interjected her husband. Look at how embarrassed Miss Lewellin is. Let the young people be. I'm just saying that Theo is a perfectly good young man. The headmistress haughtily shot back at him before looking pointedly at Leyla, who only smiled awkwardly at the two of them. She really wanted them to get together, and couldn't help but wonder if Leyla thought Theo was not up to her standards. She knew Leyla had been engaged to Dr. Edmund's son, but broke it off. The headmistress couldn't help but think Leyla should know by now that looking for better prospects won't look too good for her. It could even backfire on her, making her look greedy when she knew Leyla was anything but. Deeming a change of subject was in order, the headmistress cleared her throat before straightening up, shaking further thoughts off her mind. She then gave a cheerful smile to the young teacher. Well then, now that you're staying with us, how about we place you as the star of our play next year? She suggested jovially. I think we'll be able to garner huge amounts of donations once more if we do that. Leyla only smiled at the sudden change of subject. She knew it was a poor joke on the headmistress' part, but this felt much easier to laugh about now after the harrowing events she had experienced lately. Soon enough they wrapped up their conversation about the school, their students, and the plans for the next semester. Leyla bid the couple goodbye before exiting the headmistress' house. The temperature outside was freezing, the cold chilling her through the bone, making her walk at a sluggish pace. However, Leyla found herself wanting to prolong the time it took her to reach Arvis. She found herself stopping right by the central station square, looking around aimlessly. She began to move once more, drawing closer to the display windows by the mall, gazing at the items with no particular thought, vaguely looking at her translucent reflection. What would happen if I just suddenly disappeared from here? She couldn't help but wonder. Even wishful thinking proved to be depressing. Leyla knew deep down there was no way she could ever go through with escaping the Duke. She couldn't leave her uncle behind, not when it's his life on the line. Even if I managed to convince my uncle to move and leave Arvis with me, the Duke would stop at nothing to find him. It would also be counterproductive of her if she were to summon the Duke's ire in her defiance. It could make things worse than it already is. With a deep sigh, Leyla closed her eyes, leaning her head against the cold glass, the helplessness overwhelming her once again. It was rather obvious to her the Duke was keeping her on a leash by giving her uncle sweet opportunities to stay in Arvis. She couldn't believe he would go to such lengths just to satisfy his carnal desires. She was sure now that once he was through with her, and thoroughly sated, he would dispose of her just as quickly. That first night said it so plainly and loudly just how little the Duke thought of her. She began to walk once more, finding no relief in prolonging her stay in the biting cold. She turned down a familiar platanus road, feet moving through the snow. She never prayed for a miracle as hard as she did now, when Kyle's letter echoed in the back of her mind, halting her steps once more. My beloved Leyla. He started every one of his letters that way. She knew this because she spent that morning reading the dozen letters he'd sent her way. As much as she wanted to be crossed with her uncle for such deceit, she could understand why he withheld them from her. When they returned to the police station later that day, and he saw the letters spread all over the dining table, Uncle Bill began to stammer and beg for her forgiveness. Leyla could only smile mournfully towards him. "I'm so ashamed to have done such a horrible thing to you," he told her that day, his hair looking an unusual gray in the light of the winter's pale sun. "But I want you to know that I'm with you every step of the way, Leyla, even if it means you want to go back to Kyle." He sounded so sure, Leyla recalled, his eyes shining determinedly. He kept apologizing again, explaining how foolish it was of him to do such a thing and wanted to come clean the day of the explosion. Leyla couldn't find it in herself to mind. "I'm fine, Uncle," she replied then, before swiftly inviting him to some breakfast she had prepared before leaving their cabin to fetch him. Uncle Bill could only nod in reply, both of them barely managing to finish half their plates. It didn't take long for Leyla to spot the gates of Arvis. She arrived quicker than she'd like. Her fists instinctively clenched at the sight of them, inciting a deep rage at the memory of its master. "Just as I am nothing to you, you are nothing to me," Leyla thought rebelliously as she crossed the threshold. Memories of that night still plagued her dreams, giving her restless sleep. "I won't let the likes of you have the power to hurt me." Her entire body was freezing, but her hands were clammy. She quickened up her pace, boldly marching through the pavement when she finally arrived in their cabin. She quickly locked up the door before releasing a sigh of relief. The cabin was empty for now, with her uncle largely occupied with the repairs of the greenhouse since early morning. She suspected it won't be until later tonight that she'll be seeing him. He really was so eager to pay back the Duke for his kindness. Leyla plopped herself on top of her bed haphazardly, looking at the ceiling in thought. "My beloved Leyla." She closed her eyes shut, bringing up an arm to cover her eyes, wiping the memories of his letters off her mind. But whenever she would, horrid memories of her night with the Duke would resurface. She wanted to do nothing more than cry that instant, but the light tapping on her window distracted her. There was a sudden lurch in her heart when hearing the sound. Slowly, she turned her head to her window. Once upon a time she had been eager to hear the sound of her precious Phoebe arriving to visit her. Now she could only fear dread, for when she drew her windows open, and Phoebe flew in, she had a note tied to her ankle. A note written by the Duke. "You don't plan to keep the gardener in Arvis forever, do you? Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks." Claudine immediately asked, cutting straight to the point. She had a polite smile on her face as she looked at her fiancé inquiringly. Upon her question, multiple pairs of eyes snapped in her direction, darting back and forth between her and the Duke. "Claudine!" the Countess Brandt hissed, scolding her softly as she sat nearest to her. But Claudine cared not for everyday theatrics at the moment. She wanted clear-cut answers, and she would get them from the Duke himself. "Truly your decision to drop the charges against the gardener baffled so many of us, and while commendable, it doesn't explain why he's still here in Arvis, working and living for you," Claudine pointed out. "Are you confident that he won't make the same mistake again? What if it causes another mayhem for you with worse consequences?" "That is quite true, my lady," Matthias replied, looking charmingly at her with a smile on his lips. "However, I also believe that he could better handle the restoration of the greenhouse you so dearly loved. After all, he was the one mostly in charge of its design and arrangement since its conception," he explained calmly to her in front of their audience. Claudine knew by then that whatever argument she would make, there was no changing his decision. "Well, I won't argue that I did love the greenhouse as it was, and would like to see it restored to its former glory," she began, "but I also fear that having someone, who'd once been careless in his work, handling such a delicate project, no matter his expertise. She calmly finished, sending a demure smile to everyone present when she made no further argument, indicating she would retreat from such a discussion any longer. The Countess Brandt looked more relieved sitting beside her. There had been an uproar in the community when word had spread of Madame Norma being involved with an accident caused by one of their season employees. An even greater praise the Herhardt house garnered when the Duke dropped all charges against him. Her line of questioning could have been interpreted as worry and fear about their upcoming wedding, but it couldn't have been further from the truth. For beneath each word she masked in concern for their health and safety was her concern of one Leyla Lewellin. She wasn't worried about Layla's state of mind, or her uncle's. No, she was concerned about whether or not the Duke used this opportunity to get Leyla to cave into his advances. Her eyes started towards her fiancé, and narrowed at his posture. He did seem a little laid back. She was assured he did manage to have her already. It was just in his nature. She knew he would have milked every opportunity he was presented with to the very last drop. There was no way Leyla was disappearing from him any time soon. Initially she had been worried at the news of the explosion in Arvis. Images starting to the worst-case scenarios when she heard Madame Norma had been within the vicinity of the explosion by the greenhouse. She also rejoiced along with the others when she heard she only retained minor injuries, but was saddened at the loss of the greenhouse. She took it with grace, and allowed herself to act accordingly, but in the back of her mind she couldn't help but silently cheer at the fact this would be a great opportunity for Leyla and her uncle to move away in Arvis. She was absolutely positive Leyla would have taken the chance. But then she heard about the Duke pardoning Bill Remmer, and she grew suspicious and critical. Worry surged through her at the thought of Matthias taking Leyla for himself, and she grew anxious at the possibility of a relationship forming between the two of them. How scandalous it would be for both his wife and mistress to be living under the same roof. She knew that whether or not Leyla left Arvis, there would be no changing her status with Matthias. In fact, if word of their affair were to get out, it would be their reputations on the line, not hers. It was just a personal preference of hers that Leyla was out of the image by the time she ascended to the title as Duchess Herhardt. She seemed to recall as well of Riet warning her to not provoke Matthias, just recently even. He advised her to leave them alone, and not butt in on their relationship. He looked absolutely serious in telling her, hoping she would see the sense in his words. But Claudine was a little stubborn, and she couldn't see or understand Riet's warnings. Despite that, she would heed his advice as she saw fit. After all, she knew that the only reason the gardener was able to retain his place in Arvis was because of Leyla. Still, for the life of her, she couldn't understand how Leyla managed to wrap her finger around the Duke so securely. Perhaps she did know how to work her charms against men after all. They do say it's always the quiet ones, the ones who seemed innocent. But the thought of their affair would only further sour her mood further. And the day was just getting started. She needed a different subject, and thus resolved to act more cordially in front of everyone, appearing more pleasant than how she actually felt. By the end of dinner, Claudine found herself absolutely parched. Her endless engagement in polite conversation taxing her greatly. Fortunately, it was easy for both her and the Countess Brandt to excuse themselves earlier, enabling them to retire back to their beds. On their way out, the Countess immediately broke the silence between them. "I might have scolded you earlier for questioning the Duke, but I do agree with your sentiments," she began. "I don't understand how he could just drop all the charges against the gardener. I can't help but think the Herhardt house has turned soft." The Countess scoffed irritably. Claudine was escorted by her mother to the guest bedroom, and continued to air out her grievances. Claudine glanced by the room's window, where she had a perfect view of the wrecked greenhouse. She only hummed agreeably with her mother's words, when a smirk found its way on her lips the more she stared at the greenhouse. "Fret not, dear mother," Claudine replied once her mother quieted. "I can assure you, come next summer, the gardener won't be a problem anymore." At her words, the Countess was startled and came up to stand beside her. "What are you saying, Claudine? That you'd fire him?" her mother asked incredulously. You'd go against Matthias and Madame Norma's wishes? Claudine only hummed for a moment, before turning to face the Countess and smiling brightly back at her mother. I'm just saying that the new Duchess of Herhardt would be in need of a new gardener. She calmly replied. I've finished preparing it just as you ordered, Master. Hessen dutifully informed him with a bow. Matthias, who had been staying in the reception room of the annex, glanced at him briefly before looking down at the large silver dome dish on his desk. Well done, he briefly said, before taking the slug mail Hessen handed out to him. He dismissed his butler, who left him alone to his devices. Matthias leaned back on the sofa, flipping through his mail. Most of them were invitations for various upcoming year-end parties and social events. He even saw some of them containing news of the Crown Prince visiting with his wife. They were scheduled to tour the northern part of the empire early next year after all. Once he was done skimming through them, he grabbed his fountain pen by the inner pocket of his jacket to begin writing his replies. The sight of the pen brought a forlorn smile on his lips. It had been with him since last fall. He clicked the pen closed, and on its lid was engraved a name in golden letters. Leyla Lewellin. Her name glistened in the firelight. He couldn't help but feel some sense of amusement in using something of hers for the most menial tasks he does every day. Why do you keep stealing my stuff? She had complained about it once, the frustration clear on her face when she realized he was the one who took it. He couldn't help but let out a fond chuckle when she likened him to a crow. He could say the same for her. He turned the pen between his slender fingers, before he glanced down in his wristwatch. He counted down the seconds, until finally the clock's hands struck at a certain time, when a familiar knock echoed inside his office. He put the pen back in his breast pocket, and languidly rose to his feet. His footsteps clicked through his polished office floor, and swung the door open as he neared it. On the other side of the door was just the very person he expected to see. His dearest mistress, Leyla. Cry. Even better if you beg. Chapter 71. Throw me away. Matthias allowed himself to step aside for her to enter, just as he did that night. And Leyla entered without pause, but unlike that night, she did not stop at the reception room. No, she headed straight to his bedroom. Matthias couldn't help the smug upturn on his lips, but chose not to question her, and simply followed suit. He was looking forward to what she was planning for him today. She never failed him before, he doubted she would start now. When Leyla reached the door of his room, her nerves gripped her once more, causing her to hesitate. However, she also wanted this done as quickly as possible. She held onto the knob but had yet to open the door. I've done my part. You should do yours. Those were his words, sent to her by her bird. Matthias paused a few steps behind her, watching her for any further movement. Just as he was to question her on her actions, Leyla swiftly turned the knob, walking in with a determined look on her face. Silently he continued to walk a few paces behind her, observing her actions as to what she was just planning to do tonight. He leaned back against the closed door, crossing his arms across his chest as he continued to appraise her. She stood stock still in the middle of his bedroom, fiddling with her fingers for a moment before resolutely advancing to his bed. Leyla immediately set her belongings, glasses, scarf, gloves and coat, by the bedside table, neatly arranging them. I've done my part. You should do yours. How rude of him, she couldn't help but think, to demand she fulfill their deal. What a role she had to play indeed. Recalling his note only served to root her in place. She didn't want this. He might have as well told her outright to start acting like his mistress. She felt so cornered, stuck between a wall with a cat in front of her, while she was the mouse. Her legs gave in, causing her to drop to the floor, unable to move any longer. She thought she had made her peace already, but the memories of that night came flooding back in full force, rendering her paralyzed. For a moment she thought she had blacked out, but she was only numb with the hurt and shame she felt in the face of her weakness. What she did with the Duke was the furthest thing from an act of love. Despite the sweet nothings he whispered to her ear, his actions only proved him to be a brute. And what's worse, it wasn't just a simple carnal desire to bed a woman. No. You're so beautiful, Leyla, especially when you cry and beg, he whispered to her in the midst of his throes of passion. She didn't know how long it's been, only that she had sat too long on the cold floors when the winter breeze finally seeped into her frame, through the room's open windows. And then a different memory came to mind, to a much earlier, and much pleasant time. Back when the Duke was still someone she could find redeeming qualities to. So Leyla, cry, he smiled so sweetly at her, even better if you beg. He finished off. And despite his cruel words, she couldn't help but think of him as beautiful that summer night last year. Truly, he enjoyed seeing her cry so much, and that was the reason he could stand to make her suffer. She chuckled hysterically to herself, sobbing through the memories. She hated how she kept trying to find reason, to give him excuses as to why he'd do horrid things to her. Leyla. Suddenly, Leyla woke at the sound of her Uncle Bill calling out to her. Groggily she sat up, and saw she was back in the Duke's room. She couldn't help but realize with such depreciation, she still had a role to fulfill. She nervously got up from her spot, and headed towards the windows, drawing the curtains to a close as she rubbed the tears away with the sleeves of her shirt. If he wanted to see her cry and beg, then she wouldn't give him the satisfaction. Not anymore. He'd taken something from her in the worst possible way. And while she can't escape him anymore, she resolved not to give him any satisfaction as he took more and more from her. Then perhaps he'd grow bored faster, and thus discard her sooner. She turned around, hands immediately coming to the buttons of her blouse and deftly opened it one button at a time. Leyla expertly undressed herself, fixing her clothes along the way until she was only in her undergarments. Her breath hitched as she went to remove it, but she managed to do so quickly and swiftly. Considering he'd already seen her in a much more pathetic state before, there would be no point in delaying their coupling due to her embarrassment. Matthias could only stare at her in a baffled manner. He had been content to watch her cry and struggle, but he hadn't been expecting her to be so willing in bearing herself whole to him. She even took her clothes off herself. He couldn't help but wonder if she'd gone insane over the last few days. It's his only plausible explanation as to why she's acting not like herself at all. He watched as Leyla picked up her clothes, setting them down to the chair nearby in a neat pile. Her hands then went up, and pulled loose the pin, keeping her hair in place, letting golden locks cascade down her pale neck, and slender shoulders, falling up until the small on her back. He felt himself being mesmerized by the sight of her in front of him. He was intoxicated by her, he was beginning to lose his inhibitions. His breathing grew ragged the more he kept staring. She then gingerly sat by the edge of his bed, waiting for him. And oh, what a sight that was! She doesn't know just what she was doing to him. He ran a palm through his dark locks. Seated like that, with her body shaking in anticipation, it was almost like she was looking forward to being with him. And he stalked slowly over to her, watching as her flush spread from her cheeks down to her chest as she looked down, struggling to avert her eyes from him. "What do you think you're doing?" Matthias growled under his breath, grasping her chin in his hand, forcing her to look up at him. Leyla kept quiet as she stared at him, her throat bobbing up and down as she swallowed back an insult. "My part," she hissed at him in a whisper, but the shakiness in her voice failed to make it threatening. He hummed, tilting his head at her, "And what is your part?" He wanted to hear it straight from her. But Leyla clenched her jaw, refusing to take part in his satisfaction. "You know what?" she boldly replied, willingly looking up at him in defiance despite flinching at the way his gaze narrowed at her. "Your deal laid it out so clearly." Matthias only gave her a once-over, giving her body shivers as he glanced at her. He hummed as he watched the way she acted like a prim and proper lady despite her state of undress. When he finally met her eyes, he couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. At the back of his mind, he couldn't help but wonder if paying the random whore to sleep with him could make him feel as dirty as he did now. When his laughter died down, he turned back to Leyla with a glare. He stroked her golden locks, humming indifferently at her, as though to praise her for being so obedient to him. He started out slow and soft, just as he does when it comes to her, smiling comfortingly at her. When it seemed like she was relaxed enough, He poised to strike. His hand came down to her neck, clasping it firmly, making her gasp in terror. He ignored the fear in her eyes as she clasped onto his wrist with both hands, as he pushed her into the mattress, climbing over her. Matthias wanted to see what she would do if he tightened his hand on her pressure points, making her gasp for precious air as he hovered above her. He only chuckled manically for a while, his reflection catching on the mirror hanging over the mantelpiece by the marble white fireplace. No longer could he see the revered Duke Matthias von Herhardt. No, the man he could see was now tainted. He could see it plain as day now, how ruined he'd become simply because for once in his life, he couldn't just have what he wanted. When Leyla's erratic breathing finally quieted down, Matthias roused from the bed, leaving Leyla to lie on her stomach. She was exhausted, but not enough to miss his movements. She felt some relief in seeing him leave. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. It's over now. She couldn't help but quietly cheer in her mind. She stayed still, afraid to draw attention to herself. She was faintly aware of the blanket tossed over her form in a poor attempt to give her some form of decency. She only wished he'd leave her alone like he did that previous night so she could finally leave. She heard his footsteps drifting away, before she finally let out a sigh. Until she heard the footsteps growing louder. Did she rejoice too soon? The tension seeped through her body. She felt as though she was at a breaking point. Her fists slowly clenched onto the rumpled sheets. It was a simple task, to look up to see what he was up to. But she was determined not to move. She won't make it easy for him. The Duke, she assumed by the way the bed dipped somewhere behind her, was back. In the corner of her eyes, she could tell he was already dressed. Matthias looked down, a smirk curling up his lips as he gazed down upon her. He reached out, gently caressing her tousled hair, patting her like he would a pet. He brushed her hair aside, to reveal her flushed face, looking as defiant as ever. He dipped his head down, breath brushing up against her earlobes. Leyla couldn't repress the shiver that ran through her spine. Don't start crying now. She scolded herself, feeling the tears threatening to form. She repeated it like a mantra. She had reached this far without crying, she wouldn't dare start now. Good job, Leyla. Matthias praised her with a sultry whisper. There was a ghost of a kiss in his words. Before he finally pulled away from her. She felt his weight disappear on the mattress and listened to the sound of his footsteps fading out. When she heard the door swing and click to a close, and heard no other movement, she finally rose herself. She was finally, truly alone once more. Leyla could feel the pain in her swollen lips. She faintly tasted a metallic tongue as she licked her lips. She had been cut, but it wasn't as though it was a big wound. She then found herself sinking to the floor, her reflection catching sight, making her wince and avert her view of it. After a moment, she found herself looking back at her reflection. She saw the way her eyes looked back at her dully. This night was just another meaningless tumble beneath the sheets. But no amount of excuses could make her brush away the pain she could feel so easily. She could hardly find the strength in her to move. She would likely be unable to dress herself at this rate. It was almost like Matthias made sure she would be exhausted to do so once they were done. So instead, Leyla crawled poorly towards her clothes, reaching into her coat's pocket to get some handkerchief, and began to wipe her body down with any bodily and sticky fluids she had on. Her breath kept hitching with every stroke of the handkerchief. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. She kept repeating like a mantra over her head, growing more frantic with every second she spent longer trying to clean herself. Finally done, she finally managed to stand up, and dressed herself once more, before moving out of the annex and walked back home. She took great care to hide from the light of the moon, ducking beneath the trees to stay in the shadows, kicking every random acorn or pebble in her path away from her numbly. My beloved Leyla. Kyle's voice echoed in her thoughts as she recalled his letters. She managed to arrive back in her cabin, undisturbed, and quickly went inside her room quietly. She still had one last letter to read from him. She'd burned them all, and now only one remained. She waited for the fire to burn brighter, before she carried over the last letter closer, and broke the seal. She flipped the papers open, and began to read it, his voice echoing in her mind as though he was reading it to her. My beloved Leyla, will you marry me once more? I can't believe I've reached a point of proposing to you once more, and threw a piece of paper at that. It sounds less sincere this way, I know, but I've never been more sincere in my life than at this moment to you. This might sound a bit of consolation, but my grandfather has promised to me a share of inheritance. Come next spring, after my birthday, I would have the sole claim to it. It's not a lot of money, I'm afraid, but I am certain it would be enough for us to start over. We could move closer to the college district, find a small house to make into a home, and continue our studies and fulfill our dreams. If you fear we're going too fast, then I don't mind slowing down. We can go entirely at your own pace, even if it takes until graduation before we can be wed. I could do it. I will do anything so long as I can stay beside you. So my beloved, please, won't you come to Rats with me? You can take the test again, and I'm certain you would pass because you're the most intelligent person I know. That way we could study together, and we can work on our dreams side by side. Do you remember those stories we used to share with each other, Leyla? We promised that one day, I shall become a doctor, and you the greatest ornithologist. We would lead the most wondrous life. I still wish for that day to come. Whenever I dream of a future, you are the one constant I can always see in it. You are my dearest friend, my soul lover. You are my future, and I hope one day to be your husband, and father of your children. For you are forever my dearest Leyla. I won't deny the love I carry for my parents, for I know they love me just the same. That's an irrefutable fact, but Leyla, I will admit I cannot bear to walk down a path that makes me so unhappy. Their idea of my happiness is not my happiness. It is merely my mother's vanity winning. But I know where my happiness lies. So Leyla, would you accept me back? Would you allow yourself to be my happiness once more? I cannot promise you a life of grandeur, I'm afraid. Not right now when I still can't break free of my parents' shadows. As I am a nobody in society and the world at large. But I can assure you this: I will love and cherish you for as long as you will allow it. I swear that no harm shall come to you again, whether by another's hand or mine. I only ask that you reconsider us once more. Do not think about what will be just yet, or what was. I only implore you to think with your heart. Do our hearts still beat the same, Leyla? If you say yes, then I'll hesitate no more. I'll come to you at once. We can leave Arvis together, and find our happy place in this world. With love always, Kyle. Leyla lost track of how many times she's read and reread the letter until the embers of the flame in front of her died down. Dawn had arrived once more, the rooster croaking as the sun peeked out the clouds. She won't deny that once upon a time, she dreamt of a future with Kyle. It had been within her grasp once, but was then cruelly replaced by a nightmarish future with the Duke. Only it was no nightmare anymore. Just her reality. She could hear her uncle waking up, the way he groaned as he stretched his limbs to start an early morning. She rose quietly from her bed, and headed straight out to their stove. She grasped tightly onto Kyle's last letter, staring quietly into the flame, before tossing it over fire. She quickly moved away, standing at the other side of the room, and watched as the letter turned into ashes before her eyes. As the fire consumed his love for her, she allowed a single tear to slide down her cheek, and no more. When Hassan had come back to check on his master back in the annex, he immediately noticed the untouched cake he had prepared earlier by the reception table. He had been initially surprised to receive an order from his master to buy some cake. And not just a random cake, one made by Arvis' finest bakers. But the thing was, Hassan knew the Duke was not fond of sweets. He does not eat such food pleasantly. So he had been certain it wasn't for the Duke himself, but for someone else. He took a deep breath, glancing one last time at the cake before knocking lightly on the Duke's bedroom door. He heard a faint order, telling him he could come inside, before he entered the room. He was greeted with the sight of Matthias reading the morning paper. Hassan came to stand a few paces to his side. "Master, "Shall I set out the cake for you again?" he asked politely. Matthias looked up through his brows, before looking back down to read the newspaper. "There will be no need for that," he replied coolly. When Hassan looked questioningly back at the table, Matthias flipped a page as he straightened out. "Get rid of it at once," he commanded. Hassan knew that questioning him further would be deemed impolite, thus he bowed to his master, quietly dismissing himself, and took the cake with him, leaving Matthias to his own devices. Cry, even better if you beg. Chapter 72. How dare you make me feel this way? They were already a few weeks in on their arrangement, when Matthias finally saw Leyla through his car window. For the past few weeks, he had gotten acquainted with the sight of her lethargic state, always so expressionless and forlorn whenever it was just the two of them in the annex. Whenever she arrived, she would dutifully undress herself for him, and wait patiently until they began. She always looked too exhausted, but so afraid of him whenever he would approach her. But the woman he saw now was different. Outside from the confines of his room, she looked livelier than she'd been. She dressed respectably, and had an amicable smile on her face as she walked with a group of women roughly among her age. Among them was the same woman she came with during their picnic in Arvis. Mrs. Grever, if he remembered correctly. Matthias couldn't help but narrow his eyes at her as he observed them. She looked thinner than she had been, but she no longer wore that haunted expression. She didn't carry a sullen and gloomy air around her peers, but rather a warm and sunny disposition. He could almost mistake her for a different woman. He found himself torn whether he should rejoice she wasn't acting so helplessly outside of their meetings, or insulted by how well she was hiding their affair. Nonetheless, Matthias could respect her boundaries. If she wants to act like his mistress, he'll let her. Same as if she wanted to act as though she's a commonplace whore, he'd treat her as such too. She has no one to blame for it but herself. But despite that fact, he couldn't help but feel more affected whenever he would be forced to be rougher than usual with her. She took every insult, and every hurt he made her feel when they'd be together quietly and resolutely indifferent. And it made him feel strange whenever the night would be over, and he'd be left alone to his thoughts. Lately, he found himself at a loss on how to deal with her. Matthias still felt the deep satisfaction of seeing her wince in pain and flush in embarrassment. That much hadn't changed between them. In fact, it gave him a sense of pride that she wasn't entirely indifferent to him. What left him baffled was that whenever she would be on the verge of breaking down, as he'd learned to read by the way her lips quivered and eyes began to water, she'd take a deep breath, and no tears would come. It was as though she finally learned to calm herself down, cutting short the amusement she usually brought to him, leaving him with a bereft feeling. The audacity she has on making him feel so terrible. It brought him back to the time when he'd nearly gone on a berserk streak, during spring last year. It was the first moment in his life he really felt that strong urge to kill. And that happened when he heard from his mother's lips that Leyla, his Leyla, was planning on tying the knot with Kailatman. A feeling that was often called upon whenever he'd see her turn away from him. Not for the first time since they started their arrangement, did he wonder if that urge to kill was not directed at the poor doctor's son, but instead at Leyla herself. Despite how much she'd irritate him these days though, Matthias can't deny he was still and utterly entertained by her. She drove him positively mad, invoking emotions he didn't even know he possessed. Never in his life did the sight of a quivering body give him such desire to give in to baser instincts he once brushed off as of no mere importance, until he saw her. Master?" An attendant had carefully called out to him. Matthias glanced to his side, to see the car door already opened, only waiting for him to make his exit. It seemed like he had arrived. With a sigh, Matthias gracefully got out of his car, and headed to the lobby. When he arrived, he was suddenly greeted by a slew of company executives, rushing to welcome him. Just before he would fully enter the magnificent building lined with enormous rows of Corinthian columns, Matthias subtly stopped in an angle that let him freely gaze on the sunlit streets outside. He glanced down at the streets, watching each person that walked by it, fully knowing Leyla wouldn't take that road. Once his lingering thoughts were appeased, he resumed his walk, schooling his expression back to a polite and calm one. Every day, Leyla would see her uncle off with a smile, watching solemnly at the heavy way he carried himself whenever he'd go to work at the Arvis greenhouse. Carrying his large duffel bag down through their steps, and through the Platanus Road, walking with his fellow gardeners looking equally serious made them look like soldiers heading off for war. Most of the greenhouse's structure has been restored to the way it was before the explosion, but the variety of plants that had been replanted had mostly died during the winter frost. Many of them were of the rare sorts, and couldn't be easily replaced due to the limited sources. And Leyla knew that her uncle would be the last to complain, for he'd taken it as his duty to repair the greenhouse as payment for what the Herhardts had done for him. Leyla couldn't help the worry she had for him. Uncle Bill would work from dawn until dusk just so he could atone for the accident. It was taking its toll on him, she could tell, but she could also tell he was determined to see this through. "Leyla, what are you doing out here?" Uncle Bill exclaimed as soon as he saw her when he'd passed by the street's corner. "It's cold outside. You should head back," he implored her. Leyla only nodded at him, but still found herself unable to move to the warmth of their cabin as she watched him go. He'd taken it as his responsibility to visit every known horticulturist, renowned botanical gardens, and aristocrats with a good number of plant collections to look for replacement of the plants they'd lost. But that could take weeks before he'd return, and Leyla found herself wondering if she should take this opportunity to also leave and accompany him in his travels. She couldn't bear it if she must stay in Arvis for weeks on end alone in their cabin. But she feared if she were to request to do so, the Duke would tighten his grip on her, which would make it even more suspicious that something was going on between them. One by one, each family member that bid goodbye to their respective gardener went back home, leaving Leyla as the last one to stay in the cold. She didn't know how long she stayed standing out there with nothing but the bitter chill as company, until the sound of an approaching car shook her out of reverie. Knowing that the Duke was in it, she hastily made her escape, wanting no contact from him aside from what was necessary. Unfortunately, a car would always prove to be faster than a human. It passed her by, creating a strong gust of wind in its rush. Leyla clasped her hands together, hoping it would not stop until it reached Arvis. Her chest pounded with anxiety as she remembered she cannot hide behind her uncle in his absence. But it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't like the Duke was responsible as to why he left after all. When she could no longer see the vehicle, Leyla immediately hurried back to her cabin, her thoughts growing frantic the longer she stayed outside. She locked the door behind her and double-checked her windows, before removing her clothes and warmed herself thoroughly. She cleaned the house and ironed out her drying clothes, finding great comfort in her mundane tasks every day she spent alone. It was the only reprieve she had, making her believe that soon enough Matthias would be nothing more than a stain in her memory. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. He would probably abandon me right before his marriage, she thought gratefully. She had just seen the Duke and his lady standing side by side with each other, looking like the most perfect pair to ever exist. Leyla's cheeks flushed as she went by unnoticed by the two of them, managing to arrive home unbothered. There was a strange feeling in her chest when she recalled the two of them together, but she mostly chalked it up to the cold weather back there. Just as she was about to sit by her desk, Phoebe fluttered by her window, earlier than she usually arrived. Once more, she carried with her a summon to the Duke. A deep rage erupted in her as she ripped into the note, and tossed it into the fire. Leyla proceeded to finish her duties, pushing his summons to the back of her mind. She went and fed their livestock, and washed the dishes she used. Once she found that all her chores were finished, she reluctantly got ready to leave, and locked her cabin before heading out to the annex, using the shadows once more as a cover of her leaving. One day, she hoped to be free of the Duke. She'd moved to the farthest city from him, bringing Uncle Bill with her. Maybe they'd settle somewhere south, by the borders of Lovida. She heard it was nice there. Then she'd take her uncle out on a trip, just the two of them. They'd eat and laugh to their heart's content, watching birds as they lounged on a tropical island. Or perhaps they'd vacation in snowy mountain peaks with majestic views. Then they'd return, to their quaint little house, owned only by them, and not by the grace of their betters. She'd decorate it just the way she'd like, while her uncle would grow his own garden in their backyard, and her thoughts were abruptly cut off when the view of the annex came around, replacing her daydreams with dread as she drew closer to the looming building. She was already counting down the days she'd be forced to spend with a man she'd lived long enough beneath the thumbs of her cruel relatives in her formative years. She could manage a few months with him. And thus, her pleasant disposition disappeared, casting a shadow over her features as she walked dutifully up the steps to meet with the Duke. The sun was yet to fully set when she'd managed to arrive, making it difficult for her to move unnoticed. Yet even in the light of the fading sun, the annex didn't change much. She still stood in a massive bedroom, with a lit fireplace in preparation for the incoming darkness. The elegant furniture still looked the same, and Leyla was still waiting for him in complete nakedness. Matthias took his sweet time in reading through his papers, treating the sight of her naked body as one of his ornaments by now. He had grown busier these days, with the family business expanding their influence. That was largely thanks to the improved company system his grandfather, and by extension father, had made when they were still alive. He remembered them telling him that no head of the business could handle everything in the company, and thus ironed out every detail in delegating the tasks to their subordinates. It hadn't been implemented when they were still alive, but now Matthias was reaping its benefits. Thus, he only needed to make the final decisions of major projects and developments that could make or break their company. Ever since he could read and write, he had been instilled with the sense of the best decision-making. But the world around him was churning and turning rapidly every day, creating new problems and new circumstances that leave much to be determined. So he would meticulously analyze every report handed to him. The one he was currently reading was pertaining to mining rights and oil fields located overseas. When he found himself reading too much, he would only look up and appreciate her bare beauty presented to him, before going back to his task. If it were any other night, these walls would have been filled with moans and pleasures from both him and Leyla. But for now, he was content in listening to the rhythmic cackling of the fire as he sifted through the reports. Leyla, on the other hand, grew irritable the longer she stared on the floor, waiting for him to have his way with her. She finally looked up, and saw that the night had fully settled in, replacing the orange hues of the setting sun. She didn't understand why he was ignoring her as though she was invisible today. Normally he'd begin when she finished undressing for him, chasing after his pleasure. Now, she sat uselessly, and humiliated at how naked she was. She crossed her arms over her chest, now feeling the vestiges of shame return to her the longer the Duke would do nothing but give her a side glance before returning back to his papers. He was doing nothing but work the entire time she'd been with him. Finally, he put down the thick document he'd been reading, and both their eyes met briefly. She found herself shuddering when they locked eyes, and quickly averted her gaze away from him, looking resolutely back on her toes. She heard him abruptly get up, a sense of relief washing over her, thinking it was time to start. But then his steps grew fainter, and not louder, indicating he was leaving her in his room. Puzzled, Leyla looked up once more and stared at the door once it clicked shut. She could hear the muffled sounds of him speaking from behind the door. It sounded like he was talking business. From his tone, she could tell he was using his polite and resolute persona of the respectable Duke. She heard him quiet down, and him returning back into the room. When his door swung open, she found herself freezing in place as they met eyes once again. Leyla forgot she had been waiting for him to come back. But from what she'd seen, he was hardly bothered by her. Matthias only gave her a once-over, eyeing her with the look of an art curator admiring a masterpiece, before casually returning to his work. He casually leaned back in his chair, stretching his long legs to rest on top of his ottoman, before picking up the papers by the side of the table. Once more, the room was filled with the sound of ruffling papers, before the sound of a waltz seeped through the air. The music was coming from the phonograph in the reception room. Leyla couldn't help but grow more puzzled the more he kept his distance from her. Quietly, she reached out for her glasses, and put them back on. She glanced at him with a frown, eyeing the way he twirled his pen absent-mindedly as he read through more of his work documents. As though sensing her eyes on him, Matthias looked up, curling up an eyebrow inquiringly at her. Even with her glasses, she couldn't read what his intentions for her were today. Feeling flustered, she quickly got up and grabbed her undergarments. If he wanted to watch her as he worked, well, she wouldn't let herself be more humiliated by participating in his perverse fancies. She hurriedly put them back on, spearing him glances from time to time, growing more flushed by the second. She found herself more humiliated tonight. She had been calm the entire time she was naked, but she could only grow more frustrated with every clothing she put back on. By the time she was wholly dressed, Leyla was completely flushed and red in the face, looking at him with unbridled anger. Matthias only met her gaze calmly. The pen stopping from twirling was the only indication she had that he was paying attention to her. As the moonlight filtered through the half-opened curtain in the room, Leyla found herself unable to stay silent any longer. And so with a quivering voice, her words rang loudly throughout the stillness in the room as she asked, "What do you think you're doing?" "Cry, even better if you beg." Chapter 73. Canary Song. "Sit," Matthias said to her in reply in a calm manner as he sat himself down on the table where food had been prepared for them. He gestured for her to take a seat at the remaining chair available, as the others had been conveniently taken away. Leyla remained standing in front of him, shooting him a scathing glare. She eyed the various food arranged in front of her, while Matthias sat at the head of the long table, the table that brought forth painful memories for her. "I don't think we're close enough to share meals," she angrily said to him. Matthias only hummed as he unfolded the table napkin with a flick of his wrist. "I thought you said you agreed to fulfill your role in our deal." "I am," she protested. "I'm giving you everything you want from me." Matthias only sighed forlornly at her. "Yes, that I can't deny, but your skinny body makes it so painful to thrust into. I can hardly enjoy our time together," he told her nonchalantly. Layla's breath hitched in response to his criticism. Hot shame filled her as she listened to him. Matthias looked at her in a challenging manner, and Leyla couldn't help but wonder just how low does he see her? How can he just sit there and spit those words at her? He might as well just slap her in the face because that's what it felt like to her, hearing those words. Matthias picked up his wine-filled glass, cradling it between his fingers as he swirled the liquid around the clear glass. He always held himself in a graceful manner, which was a shame because his personality was equally repulsive. "Do eat, Leyla, you look starved to death," he pointed out, but Leyla remained standing. Matthias put his goblet down, and leaned back in his seat. "Do you wish to die then?" Still, she refused to answer. "Well then, do as you please." Matthias shrugged, smiling brightly at her before clasping his hands together in a thinking pose. I wonder what I should put in your tombstone? Let's see." He unclasped his hands, drumming one set of fingers onto the polished tabletop in deep thought. "Ah, I know. It should be something to commemorate our intimate moments together," he declared. "Here lies Leyla Lewellin, the beloved mistress of Duke Herhardt," he announced with a flourish, looking at her with a twinkle in his eye. "I quite like the thought of it, don't you?" Leyla could only feel appalled. "I'll have it carved into the most exquisite marble in existence, with big and clear letters, so that everyone can see you for what you really are," he proceeded. "So don't worry, live or die, you'll always be with me." He sounded so relaxed, so amused by the thought of toying with her even beyond the grave. Layla's fists clenched so tightly, her knuckles turned white with rage towards the man, no beast, in front of her. She tried to forget the first night she ever laid with him, tried to scrub it from her memory, but it just kept coming back, over and over and over again. There was no escaping him wherever she went. No matter how much she'd try to clean and redecorate the space, she'd always find her mind trapped forever in that moment. The marks he'd left her with had faded and healed over the course of time, but the wound she felt in her spirit remained salted and open. "I'm not going to die," Leyla finally responded, making a point to drag the chair across the floor loudly, and sat primly across from him. In fact, I'm planning to live well. They now sat across from each other. She won't let him bully her as easily as before anymore. She won't get scared or flustered in front of him any longer. She won't allow herself to be affected by him anymore. I won't allow anyone by the likes of you to destroy my life, she declared, glaring at him hatefully as she reached out for the piece of bread nearby. She tore into the loaf, breaking it into pieces, lathering it with smooth butter before biting into it. She ate messily, hardly caring how she looked in front of him. He didn't deserve to see her in her best behavior. In fact, he might grow disgusted by her even, which was definitely something she wanted him to do. Is that so? He asked her, as he ate at a moderate pace, slicing properly into his food as he chewed carefully on the piece of food he brought to his lips. He quirked up a smile, loving the way she fell for his goading. What a good girl for me. He put his utensils down, and stood up. He carefully grabbed a spare goblet, and the wine bottle, pouring its contents into the glass as he made his way gracefully to Leyla's side. He offered her the poor drink, to which she greedily gobbled up in one gulp. Matthias chuckled when the glass was empty. Well, you've certainly got quite the appetite today. He hummed with amusement, quickly refilling it, when Leyla just quickly downed it in one go once more. She was clearly acting out, Matthias knew that, which did manage to make her seem like the lowlife she was, but he could only be amused as he continued to watch her. She wiped the stray wine drops on the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, before angrily stabbing into the food, shoveling in mouthfuls into her mouth as she chewed loudly. She didn't look that terrible to him. In fact, he rather preferred seeing her acting uncouth than the way she walked like a dead man. Soon the wine bottle had emptied, and Leyla felt inebriated. She winced at the ringing in her ears, the sound of the music grating at her. Turn the music off, she slurred, glaring at the device blasting its sound at her. She could hear him humming right next to her. Just listen, he said in a whisper, but it also sounded too loud. His voice echoed in her head. It's beautiful. He finished, his voice bouncing back and forth. Leyla could only frown. She could make up the sounds, guessing it was a waltz. But the current section she was listening to was complicated and hit way too many notes for her to follow. It made her dizzier by the second. Matthias slightly swayed along with the music. It was his and his canary's favorite part. Leyla seemed to be doing her best to follow the music, but she only groaned in pain, complaining all the way how annoying it was. She grabbed a fork, sloppily stabbing through her last chunk of meat before stuffing it in her mouth, mangling the meat through her teeth. Matthias laughed out loud as he watched her eating through chubby cheeks. Then you have a worse taste of music compared to a bird. Bird? She asked in a slurred voice, looking so confused why they were talking about a bird. Matthias wondered if she could finish her last bite. She'd been chewing on it for some time now. Eventually, Leyla did manage to swallow it down, washing the meat down her throat with her last sip of wine as she shakily brought the goblet to her lips, some drops escaping and sliding down the corner of her lips in her haste. She was practically plastered, having drank more wine than she usually does, face all flushed red as a testament to her drunken state. Leyla regarded him seriously, eyes squinting in his direction before she hummed and turned to look at her empty plate as she slapped her lips together in search for more food. So, when do you plan to get rid of me? She asked him in a brazen manner, resting both elbows on the table loudly, making some plates and utensils shake. Matthias only met her gaze, before smoothly setting down his own empty goblet. But his eyes held a serious look, despite the ease of his actions. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Well? She prodded, I mean, you've already had me, many ways in fact, she grumbled into her goblet, before finding it was empty. She frowned at it, turning it upside down as though it would produce more than just a drop. It must be coming soon, right? She asked with a smug smile. I suppose you're right. Matthias finally answered. He was practical enough, after all, he couldn't be expected to forever keep her as his mistress. He wasn't that foolish. Well, do it quickly then, she demanded, And Matthias chuckled dryly. "And what would you do the moment you're free of me?" "I already told you." She reminded him, frowning when her goblet was still empty. "I'll live well." She placed her glass down, grabbing the table napkin to wipe her greasy fingers and saucy lips clean. "Yes, I'll definitely live well and free away from you." "You make it sound as though you're miserable with me." Leyla snorted as she chortled in amusement. "Well, it's true." She told him, "You're the bane of my existence." "Right, of course." Matthias replied in a steely manner as he watched her examine her sticky fingers with great interest. The firelight casted shadows on her face, and though he knew they were golden, her lashes casted a dark shadow over her eyes. Matthias kept watching Leyla as he leaned back in his chair. No matter how insatiable his current lust was towards Leyla, he knew it was bound to die down eventually once he's had his fill. And when that time came, it would be most prudent if she were to move away and live on with her life. But why does the thought of her leaving him fill him with such emptiness? It was an unfathomable feeling to him. He knew she was only stating facts, but it left him with a bitter taste. Suddenly, Leyla rose from her seat, wobbling as she struggled to stand upright. "Where do you think you're going?" he hissed at her, also rising from his seat. "I'm leaving," she replied haughtily, and Matthias scowled in her reply. He charged at her within just a few long strides and grabbed her tightly by the wrists, making her cry out in pain as he pulled her closer to him. She squirmed in his grasps as he trapped her within her arms. She was spewing profanities, but Matthias only ignored her in favor of relishing the feel of her body writhing against his. Eventually, she grew tired and leaned against him without further resistance. He repositioned her in his arms, pressing her back flush to his chest as he buried his face on the nape of her neck. Instinctively, she leaned further to the side, granting him easy access as he greedily breathed in her soft, sweet scent. A fragrance he'd known to only belong to her. He licked a strip up her neck, making Leyla hiss at the sudden contact. She could feel her pulse throbbing erratically as he continued with his ministrations. He proceeded to taste her skin, licking away the sheen of sweat that formed on her neck. Her body shook and shuddered as his warm breath hit her. She couldn't avoid him any longer. Heat was pooling in her gut, her blood rushing to warm her cheeks, spreading to her ears as her clothes rustled as he gripped onto them, hiking the hem of her blouse up before his hand sneaked right into it. Leyla let out a breathy moan, throwing her head back unconsciously to allow him more access when her eyes caught sight of the night outside the window. Not for the first time she wondered how late the night had gotten. His calloused palms moved all over her stomach, kneading them in that familiar manner, before they trailed up, cupping her bountiful breasts, and began to massage them roughly. She whined as he continued to fondle her, her eyes opening and looked down to watch him groping her breasts. It was a strange view to her, but so erotic in her drunken haze. She leaned her head back, eyes shutting as she basked in the sensation of his warm palms on her chest, his moist lips nibbling on her earlobes, his ragged breathing beside her ears. She vaguely remembered wishing it would all be over soon, but was snuffed out rather quickly by the flooding sensations around her. The music was still playing, still grating at her ears as Matthias thoroughly ravished her with his wandering hands and suckling lips. How she wanted to believe that her enjoyment of this was all because she was drunk. Her sanity slowly faded when his tongue was dancing gracefully on her body in a lustful waltz. Music, she gasped as he suckled on her neck. Turn it off," she stuttered, wincing when the waltz played a sharp tune. "My head hurts," she hissed at him. But Matthias only sunk down, grabbing her by her small waist before he hefted her skirt up. He mouthed at her thighs, turning her to face him, before he looked up with sultry eyes. "The music is so beautiful, Leyla," he murmured against her skin, bunching her skirt up to her hips. "It's your fault for drinking too much tonight." And how could Leyla refute that fact? She could only grow angry at herself for letting herself go. He nosed against her clothed nether region, sucking against her sensitive nub. She threw her head back as the rough fabric rubbed against it, his warm tongue making her feel wet. Two warm and gentle fingers sneaked past the borders of her underwear, swiftly burying themselves to the hilt, making squelching sounds as they thrusted into her wetness. Leyla cried out, half in pleasure and half in shame, hazily pushing his hand out of her, but he was persistent, her legs buckling into his fingers as he curled them inside her, rubbing inside her with practiced ease. She brought her hands up to muffle her wanton sounds, but Matthias immediately grabbed them, pulling them away, encouraging her to make more sounds. Even the music couldn't drown out the way she let out breathy moans, gasping whenever he'd rub against her sensitive nub. Her body convulsed, struggling to hold herself up on the table. Eventually, Matthias pulled his fingers out, leaving her with a bereft feeling of emptiness as she whined in protest. He cupped her cheek, smearing her face with her juices. "You said you can live well without me," he whispered against her lips, "yet you spread your legs so eagerly for me." He wiped her juices against her cheeks, making her sober up slightly as she tried to pull away from him. "Feel how wet you are for me, Leyla." Leyla only shot him a glare. "Since you were so gracious as to give me what I want, let me give you what you truly desire," he teased her, carrying her to the closest sofa, easily trapping her beneath him. Leyla glared up at him. "What I desire is to be away from you." "You don't really mean that, do you?" he murmured, deft fingers swiftly unbuttoning her one by one, the fire slowly returning to Layla's eyes, mirroring the shame and anger she was currently feeling. "If you were just going to sleep with me eventually, you should have started earlier." "Ah, but where's the fun in that?" he asked her, and Leyla couldn't help but scold herself for being so foolish as to hope he called for her to terminate their arrangement. He pulled her blouse off, tossing it to the sides, before he moved to undress her skirt. "After all, I want to see your distressed face," he admitted, carefully removing her glasses and setting them aside. He leaned down, spreading short kisses on her cheeks, showering her with them in every crevice he could reach. Their intimate kisses looked similar to birds rubbing their beaks against one another. "After all, that's what I most desire from you," he whispered against her ear. Leyla couldn't help the choked-up sob that managed to escape her. She watched helplessly as his grin grew wider at the sight of her tears, and all she could feel in the end was the stabbing pain in her heart as she once again gave in to him so easily. "Cry, even better if you beg." Chapter 74. "I'll pick you up." Leyla vaguely remembered the rest of the events as she lay exhausted on the bed. All she knew was that they had been in the reception room when it started, and now they were back in the bedroom. Her breathing was ragged as she tried her best to catch more air. She didn't know what they were doing now, but she was vaguely aware that right now her wrists were bound together above her head. She hardly had any strength left in her to participate further in their activity, but she had enough left to shoot glares at the Duke. Matthias, on the other hand, only gave her a lethargic grin as he pulled tight the knot on his tie. Leyla gasped as she felt her bounds tighten, making her arch her back in a feeble attempt to get some blood circulation in her hands. "Untie me this instant," she hissed, struggling to loosen up the tie. Matthias only hummed, hovering over her as he ran his fingers through her golden locks. "Shh, hold still, Leyla," he whispered next to her ear. "Try to keep still for me," he murmured, breathing in the scent of her mixing with that musky scent of sex. He straightened up once more, one hand hefting her up the pillows as the other adjusted her wrists to a more comfortable position. "Keep struggling and the knots will go tighter around you." Matthias got up from the bed, fetching the blanket that made its way to the floor, draping it all over her naked body, when she twisted away from him, causing it to fall once more on the floor. He frowned momentarily, before deciding that the warmth from the fireplace would be sufficient enough to keep Leyla warm on his bed, and thus smiled to himself in satisfaction. He climbed back on the bed, situating himself beside her, brushing back the locks that stuck to her face. She kept glaring up at him defiantly, and knew he wouldn't be able to get her to willingly take a bath with him. Which was a shame because he really wanted to bathe with her. But he had expected she wouldn't stay inebriated for long, the alcohol's effect having burned through her system by their strenuous activity. Eventually, he stood up once more, and headed straight for his bathroom. He was confident Leyla wouldn't be able to leave before he was through with her. He took his sweet time in savoring the hot water running down his skin, lathering his body up with soap as the water pelted his skin continuously. He then got out and dried himself off, before heading back to bed, where he found Leyla dropping off to sleep as she let herself rest against the soft sheets beneath her. Though his eyes narrowed when he saw the pillow he propped her back against had joined the blanket on the floor. With a sigh he came closer to her, swinging the towel over his shoulder as he loosened up the tie around her wrists, revealing reddened skin underneath, making him sigh in disappointment at her continued resistance. "I told you to keep still," he admonished her. Through her sleep-addled brain, Leyla only glared in response. "Why would I take the advice of a crazy person?" she asked him incredulously, as Matthias proceeded to rub smoothing circles around her sore wrists. She felt disgusted by his touch, but she couldn't find it in herself to pull away from the delicate way he was touching her. Matthias repositioned her, hooking his arms underneath her back and under the knees. Leyla let herself surrender to his whims, closing her eyes in defense as she felt her body was no longer in her control. Once she was positioned in the middle of the bed, Matthias grabbed the wet cloth he had prepared beforehand at the bedside table and began using it to wipe the dried body fluids and sweat off of her. Leyla could feel the warm, moist roughness of towel scrubbing her all over. His hands trailed from her face, down to her chest, through the valley between her breasts, and then further downward past her lower abdomen. As much as she wanted to continue lying on the bed, and drift off to sleep, she fought to open her eyes to watch Matthias. He looked so calm as he was wiping her clean, but Leyla could see in his eyes how numb he was currently. He looked so different from when he had been busy thrusting into her a while ago. His hands were different before too. Gone was the lust he had when he'd wrapped himself around her, which further embarrassed Leyla deep inside. Every time she thought she knew him, he'd break character all of a sudden, confusing her as to who he really was. It was like he had a switch in his mind, letting him act differently from time to time, a switch he could control when he wanted to. Her eyes drifted close once more as her breathing calmed down to a gentle rhythm once more. Matthias' eyes drifted towards her, thinking to himself how much she resembled a marble sculpture with how pale she was. Matthias could see a trail of goosebumps up her arms and he pulled away, setting the wetted cloth down on the basin. He immediately took his robe off, draping it on top of her body. He then climbed behind her, pulling Leyla flush to his body, making her turn towards him in surprise. He thought she would squirm once more, but after holding her gaze, she eventually gave in, and let him pull her closer to him. He held her in his arms, watching, and waiting for the time her breathing evened out to soft, gentle breaths. Thinking her asleep, he pulled away from her, before taking a spot once more on his desk and reviewed the remaining documents for the rest of the evening. He had been at it for a while, when Leyla spoke up once more. "I hate you," she hissed softly towards him, her voice just above a whisper, but he could hear her words clearly as though she was shouting it right next to his ear. Matthias set the papers down, staring at the woman in his bed. Eventually, he got up and went back to his previous spot, gathering her in his arms once again. Drops of water from his hair tips cascaded down onto her pale cheeks as he stared her down. Her lips quivered as he continued to hold her gently. "I really hate you so much." She gritted teeth as she tried to stifle her tears. Matthias began to rub circles against the small of her back, while wiping the drops of water off with his free hand. Leyla never felt so much hate for one person until recently. She never hated anyone before. Not the mother who abandoned her, nor the relatives who beat and abused her. Not even Mrs. Etman, who made it her life's goal to remind Leyla just how insignificant she was. Yes, she held and let go of her hate of them because holding it in her heart only felt likely. It kept weighing her down, and would soon poison her. Because all her life, she wanted to live as free as a bird. And she worked hard to forgive them for what they did to her, but with Matthias, she found it very difficult to forgive him for the hurt he put her through. She can't help but hate him to her core. And suddenly, she wasn't so confident in living that proud and free life she once dreamed of. Her hatred of him weighed heavier than just a fistful of lead. He felt like a boulder propped over her shoulders, and she feared she would hate him for the rest of her life. And she wasn't willing to let go so easily. "I hate you. I hate you. I hate you," she repeated like a mantra all over in her head, until she finally succumbed to sleep. Matthias, unaware of her hateful thoughts, only smiled down at her sleeping form, finally satisfied she was fully asleep. With a sigh, he got up from the bed, grabbed the documents and his pen as he went back to bed, opting to work on the bed instead of his usual desk. He regathered Leyla in his arms once again, who seemed to snuggle instinctively closer to his warm body. Matthias couldn't help but think that if Leyla wanted to continue living well, she need only stop wanting to live far from him. The reminder of how badly she wanted to be free of him left a sour taste in his mouth before he let out a dejected huff. His arms unconsciously tightened around her, and Leyla continued to rest snugly against him. He had a myriad of things he wanted to give his beautiful mistress, things like a suitable house for her to comfortably live in, an opportunity to study in her dream university. He could even give her the life she dreamed about as she studied her favorite birds. All these were things he, Matthias von Herhardt, could give her, and not that poor excuse of the doctor's son. "And yet you continue to think you could live well without me?" He couldn't help but scoff at the thought. He gazed down at her, caressing her parted lips as she breathed in and out, softly snoring against him. "Come and read on our website, Wuxia World site. Thanks." These were the lips that slandered him, and yet despite the cold words she spewed at him, they remained warm and tender against the pad of his thumb. But Matthias had work remaining, and thus reluctantly pulled away, immersing himself back in the word of documents and business. Just having her near him, her smooth, rhythmic breathing as music, was enough for now. He found a different kind of contentment at feeling her warmth next to him, the way her scent flooded his nose. She was absolutely perfect for him, and he loved it. He knew by now, his desire for her would not wane easily. Finally, he got through the last of the documents, and set it on top of the growing pile by the bedside table next to him. When he glanced up, he caught sight of the snow, flickering against the dark as it fell against the windows. He took a trip down memory lane, his thoughts leading him back to when he first saw the snow this year. It was just after the first half of the charity ball, right when Layla's chaotic play had just ended. They stood close by the frozen river, as the landscape began to be blanketed by white frost. And Leyla stood, so angelically in front of him beneath a lighted street lamp, haloing her golden locks. He remembered how she looked up in awe as she witnessed the first snow of the season too. The way her lips curved up sweetly at the sight of it falling gently on her face, kissing her skin the way he wanted to. "Leyla," he whispered out in longing. There was a certain stillness in the air, much like it did that first snow, but Layla's tossing and turning eventually broke the placid atmosphere between them. The blanket slowly slid down her shoulders, revealing her naked torso as it pulled on her waist. He couldn't help but think of how prettily she'd smile this time around too if she were awake to witness the snowfall once more. He couldn't find it in himself to wake her up, and ended up caressing her cheeks instead. Leyla nuzzled into his warm hand, sighing contentedly. Such small gesture, yet it filled Matthias with a different sense of satisfaction as he saw her willingly lean into him. He opted to stay still, deciding not to do anything about his robe sliding off her. She trembled as the cold began to seep into her body, seeking the warmest source she could find, which was him of course, and buried herself further into his embrace. Matthias' breath hitched as she moved, not daring to make a move in fear of rousing her from her listless sleep. He could feel something blooming in his chest, something far different, yet closely the same from the lust he'd grown accustomed to around her. It was a flutter, something fragile and minuscule. Much like a snowflake falling down from the skies, resting beautifully as it sticks against the window's glass. He quickly, yet gently wrapped both his arms around her as her body shivered, giving her more warmth as he pulled her impossibly closer. He ran a soothing palm up and down her back, rubbing some much-needed warmth as she burrowed further into him in response. He could only lie awake next to her, holding her as though he was afraid she'd pull away, and leaned into the plush cushion behind him, gently bringing her along with him. His eyes stared out at the swirling snowflakes, watching as they swayed with the wind, and felt his eyes grow heavy by the second. He leaned down, planting a ghost of a kiss on each of Layla's shut eyelids, while his heart echoed her name over and over like a velvety mellow tune. Leyla, Leyla, my Leyla. There was a screeching in the station, and the sound of pressure being relieved as the night train entered the Karlspar Central Station. It was just before the breaking of dawn, the day's winter sun not yet up in the skies. There was a certain muteness in the air as people hurriedly rushed out of the train, equipped with their belongings as they huddled in on themselves, wearing fatigue in their expressions as they rubbed the sleep from their eyes. The platform grew more lively as more and more people piled out, while the sparse people that already were in the station met to greet their returning loved ones. Amongst the passengers was Kyle Edman, right in the middle of the bustling crowd. He had come without any notice he was arriving, and thus had no one to greet him. Even Mr. and Mrs. Edman was unaware of his plans of returning instead of traveling to the southern countries of the continent. He still received no reply from Leyla, even after his last heartfelt letter to her. He poured all his heart and soul into every word, and so when he received no letters from her in response, his initial thought was it was time to give up, which was why he had accepted his father's suggestion of traveling south. And yet, he changed his mind at the last minute, changing his tickets to take him back home instead of further away. Kyle didn't know why he wanted to return at first, but the moment he caught sight of them entering Ratz's borders, something clicked inside him, making everything make sense. He knew now why he wanted to return. He knew where he wanted to go. There was a sense of foreboding building in him as he grew closer and closer to home. It wasn't like Leyla to reject him without a proper goodbye. He knew her that much at least, and so he worried something must have happened to her. It might just be his desperation blowing everything out of proportion, and maybe she was just fine, but he needed to see her. He wanted to see her. As the crowd slowly died down around him, Kyle found himself moving once more, hauling his enormous trunk behind him as he walked out of the station alone with a determined look in his eye. As he stepped out of the station, he was met with the sight of his hometown covered in snow. Everywhere he looked, he could see blankets of white surrounding him. Snow continued to fall, piling on his shoulders the longer he stood still, dancing around him. He was a different man from when he left. He'd grown over the time he parted with Leyla. Leyla, he whispered like a prayer, her name flowing desperately out of him as wisps of white puffs flitted around him. Just the thought of her gave a twisted feeling over his heart, a trepidation washing over him at the thought of seeing her for the first time since they broke it off. His knuckles turned white, as his grip on his trunk tightened. "I will love and cherish you for as long as you will allow it. I swear that no harm shall come to you again, whether by another's hand or mine." Those were his words for her. A sincere confession as he wrote out to her, hoping his words would reach her heart as well. He swore if Leyla even gave an inch of a chance, he'd take it as a mile, giving her everything he'd ever promised. "I'll come to you at once. We can leave Arvis together, and find our happy place in this world." With that final thought, he found the strength to move forward once more and braved the frosty path on the way to his happiness. Cry. Even better if you beg. Chapter 75. Right choice. Matthias was awoken by the sound of his canary's song. His eyes fluttered open, wincing at the bright light before it landed on the sight of his bird, merrily fluttering inside its elaborate cage as it sang merrily. It seemed to be happy today, Matthias noted to himself, and continued watching it for some time, content on laying on his stomach for the time being. It flew down, landing by its water bowl, dipping its beak onto the water slightly, before dipping down once more, submerging and re-emerging its entire body this time. It shook as it perched back on the bowl's ledge, scattering rivulets of water. Matthias felt himself smirk, sitting up before leaning his back against the headboard. Once it was done bathing itself, the canary began to groom itself, spreading its little wings, nosing at its feathers with its beak. He can't help but be reminded of his woman. Soon, the bird was done, and fluttered back up to its flush nest, when Matthias decided it was time for him to get up. He picked up the bell from his bedside table, ringing it to summon Hessen inside. Not a moment later, his butler came in, carrying a silver tray with coffee and the day's mail. Matthias sat on his desk, waiting for Hessen to finish setting the coffee down. The butler then proceeded to inform him of the progress in their preparations for the Crown Prince's visit with his wife, along with the list of guests they expect to host. "I was also informed that Lady Brandt would be arriving this afternoon, Master," Hessen added, the empty tray tucked neatly at his side. Matthias took a sip of his coffee, nodding along with the new piece of information. "I see," he hummed. "Also, the Marquis Lindman sent word he'd arrive no sooner than tomorrow afternoon. Since I know the Master would be absent in the next few days, I took the initiative of informing both families in advance that you'd be unable to greet them personally," Hessen helpfully supplied. Matthias gave him an appreciative smile to be polite as he opened up the morning's newspaper. Him, the Crown Prince, and even Riet were of the same age, Matthias idly thought. It wouldn't be strange to know that they were closer compared to the other dukes and lords in the country. Subsequently, Claudine was also one of the few ladies who grew close with the Crown Princess. Which also meant she would be spending more time in Arvis during the royal couple's visit. "Master, shall I start preparing for your departure? If you leave around 10 o'clock, you'll be on time to board your train," Hessen suggested, and Matthias nodded. "We shall," Matthias replied, giving him another polite smile. Hessen bowed his head respectfully at his master, backing out a few steps before moving aside to let Matthias walk ahead of him. With the Crown Prince's upcoming visit, Matthias would have to quickly settle his business affairs in the capital city, which in turn made his schedule all the more hectic before the royal couple's arrival. After bathing, Matthias was quickly aided by Hessen, and was suited up promptly as he continued on with his usual calm demeanor. News of Kyle Atman's return spread like wildfire in Arvis, reaching him in less than a day of the doctor's son's arrival. It wasn't even through a formal relaying of information, but through the murmurs of his servants he discovered Kyle had returned. He couldn't help but scoff to himself at the thought, Kyle's return leaving a nasty taste in him. He didn't know, nor cared why Kyle chose to return to Arvis now. It didn't bother him even if Kyle and Leyla had lingering feelings for one another. After all, Leyla was undeniably his already. And it was because of that, he knew Leyla would never accept Kyle back, even if he groveled and poured his heart out to his mistress. He was confident in leaving Leyla behind. Just as the last of his buttons clicked to a close, Matthias' mouth curled upwards in a subtle smirk. Hessen assisted him in buttoning up his sleeves, pinning an elaborate cufflink on them, making him look all the more regal. As for Leyla, well, he did admire her chivalrous morals, no matter how foolish they were in his opinion. Which was why he trusted that having laid claim on her was the wisest action he could take. And so as he left his room, he reached a single conclusion. There was no further need for him to think about Kyle Atman. In fact, he would sooner wipe his existence off his mind, and plan to enjoy the rest of his trip away. There was an onslaught of conversation amongst the servants in Arvis as they gathered around the reception room. Despite the hectic schedule they incurred from the royal couple's pending visit, they couldn't help but dilly-dally as they gossiped about Kyle and Leyla's reunion. But is it really because of Leyla? Do you think they're together again? Surely there must be another reason he's back in Arvis. I heard he was supposed to be traveling the southern continent. So it really must be Leyla. Oh, I knew they wouldn't split so easily. Yes, especially since they've been together so long. They got along splendidly since their childhood after all. Ah. What a match made in heaven. There were more swooning and sighing as they all fantasized about what would happen between the past lovebirds. Most were gunning for the fact they'd be back together as soon as they saw one another again. After all, they've watched both of them grow, and seen how the two grew closer through many years. At this point it wasn't just a simple gossip, but well wishes and hopeful thinking among the servants. Perhaps it's time I visit Leyla once more later. Mrs. Mona, one of the kitchen's chefs, said to herself softly as she stirred a simmering soup. Her ability to cook was only rivaled by her ability to sniff out a gossip or two and spread it. She should hardly be behind the news. Yes, with Mr. Remmer not home, it was only expected she'd be a little worried for Leyla, and how she's faring on her own. Perhaps she should bring along some food as well for the girl. Yes, it'll also give me a peace of mind to see her with my own eyes. She further hummed to herself, and began to continue her chores for the day. Leyla spent the rest of her day in her cabin, doing nothing and staring into space. The sky grew darker, but Leyla couldn't find it in herself to continue being productive as the sun began to sink in the clouds. "Leyla!" A familiar voice called out for her, suddenly breaking the silence. Leyla jolted in surprise, and blinked back into focus. "Leyla, are you home?" It was Mrs. Mona. She was right in front of their yard, bellowing out her name. "Why, yes, I am, Mrs. Mona," she hastily replied. Leyla hurriedly fixed her appearance, before swinging open the door to greet her nosy neighbor. Mrs. Mona beamed at the sight of her, and they exchanged pleasantries before Leyla invited her inside. "Oh, thank you, dear. Shall I get you some tea?" "Oh, that would be lovely, thank you." Leyla nodded, letting Mrs. Mona sit by one of the kitchen stools as she busied herself in heating water for some tea. Just as she finished, Mrs. Mona began to speak up. "Are you all right, dear? You look rather pale," she worried as she carefully looked over Layla's general appearance. Leyla only laughed embarrassingly, nodding in a placating manner. "I'm just all right, Mrs. Mona," she replied, smiling politely at her, but Mrs. Mona hardly looked convinced. "I just haven't been sleeping well," she added, knowing she had to give Mrs. Mona a little something to leave her be. It was just in her neighbor's nature to meddle in things after all. "Couldn't sleep?" Mrs. Mona frowned. "Ah, have you been up studying again? While it's good to learn, it's also good to know when to rest," she gently admonished, sounding so sure she was right. Leyla felt no need to correct her. Yes, I brought you some cake," Mrs. Mona announced, and made to prepare some slices from them. Leyla got up along with her, and began to fix both of them with some tea when the kettle began to whistle. Mrs. Mona cut the cake into equal slices, bringing out 2 plates and forks as she set one slice on them apiece, and placed them beside their cups of brewed tea. "Come and read on our website, Wuxia World site." "Thanks." "You should really learn to take better care of yourself, Leyla. Just think of how terrible Mr. Remmer would feel if he finds you neglecting yourself," she continued to admonish her. "By the way, when will he be returning?" I just had a word from him saying he won't be back in 15 days. "Oh well, I guess that makes sense," Mrs. Mona hummed, taking a dainty sip of her tea, before setting it back down. "It must be difficult for him to find all those rare and precious plants in need of replacing. Still, it was so kind for the Duke to have dropped the charges, and let him work in Arvis again," she praised. "Why, yes." Leyla smiled stiffly. "How kind indeed." "He truly is one of a kind, you know," Mrs. Mona proceeded, completely oblivious to the discomfort of Leyla. "If it were any other aristocrat, they would have left Mr. Remmer to rot in jail." Leyla opted to take a bite out of the cake instead, not wanting to contribute such false praise for the Duke. The cake tasted like nothing in her mouth as she continued to listen to Mrs. Mona speak. And so Mrs. Mona spoke, with Leyla occasionally making agreeing sounds and hums as though she was listening attentively to her. She mentioned something about the Crown Prince and his wife arriving sometime next week, and the grand party Arvis would be celebrating in their honor. It was really a life of luxury that Leyla hardly knew anything, nor cared about. "Oh yes," Mrs. Mona paused, clearing her throat as she looked nervously over Leyla. "Did you hear about Kyle? He's just returned to Arvis." Leyla piped up softly, feeling a little more at ease with the change of subject. "Yes, I did hear about that," she replied, smiling at Mrs. Mona, yet it did not reach her eyes. "Well, I suppose that is a given, what with the whole place talking about it." Mrs. Mona chuckled nervously, drumming her fingers against her cooled cup of tea. "Have you had the chance to welcome him back?" she asked curiously, finally getting to the point of her current visit. "No, not yet. Leyla answered with an air of finality, but Mrs. Mona wasn't known as a nosy person because she respected boundaries. Well, personally, if I were you, I'd have eloped with Kyle by now. Mrs. Mona carelessly remarked, and Leyla stared at her with a foreign look on her face. Sure, Mrs. Edmund will be humiliated if that were to happen, but it's clear the boy can't be without you, so wouldn't it be in both of your best interests to just run away from here? Leyla pressed her lips into a thin line before giving her another stiffened smile. Mrs. Mona, Kyle and I no longer have that kind of relationship, she calmly reminded, but Mrs. Mona only scoffed. Of course I know that. But my point is, that he most likely returned here for you. The least you could do is actually consider still being with him, she insisted. If it were any other man I would be advising against it, but... She trailed off, looking at Leyla, who was intently staring at her own cup of cold tea. Mrs. Mona reached out, and grasped her hand, squeezing it in a comforting manner. It's Kyle, Leyla, and we both know that Kyle is different from the rest of the men in this world. It was the best she could do, because how could she really describe Kyle? He just is, wholly himself. And that was his best description. Mrs. Mona finally let her hand go, but still did not move to leave her alone. Anyway, I've talked it over with Mr. Remmer before, she continued. I asked him whether it was the right thing to do, both of you breaking up the way you did. Leyla wanted to move on from this topic already, but Mrs. Mona was relentless. And so she resolved to just sit across from her in silence, plastering a fake smile on her face. After all, she had nothing more to say in this matter. She's made her bed, and she'd lie in it. She'd broken it off with Kyle, and now he's returned for her, or so everyone says. She suspects it has an ounce of truth. After all, she's read his letters. But how could she just go back to the way they were? Even if she wanted to, there was no way she would ever drag Kyle into the mess she found herself in. She had already agreed to be the Duke's mistress. And there was no place for a woman like her on Kyle's side. There was a sudden pang in her heart as though it was being ripped apart in two. Her fists clenched in her lap, hidden from Mrs. Mona's view, as its knuckles turned white. It wasn't long before the growing pain in her heart was replaced by her deep hatred in one Matthias von Herhardt. Oh silly me, look at the time. Mrs. Mona gasped in surprise. All I did was talk and talk and talk, I'm so sorry. She apologized. Well, I better be going now. Both women stood up as Leyla escorted Mrs. Mona out the cabin, thanking her for both her visit and the cake. Suddenly Mrs. Mona paused, and turned back towards her once more. Oh, I almost forgot. I heard Lady Brandt would be coming, so everything's just getting busier by the second, she sighed in complaint. Anyway, she's going to be staying in Arvis this entire time. Just until the Crown Prince and his wife leaves. She proceeded to complain how she couldn't see the relationship between the Duke and Lady Brandy working out long-term, if the way they kept delaying their wedding was of any indication. Leyla only politely nodded along, waiting for her to finally leave. With one last goodbye, Mrs. Mona finally walked away, leaving Leyla alone in the frosty white forest. And silence enveloped her once again. There was a strange sensation coming over her at the mention of Claudine. It made her throat feel dry, as she struggled to keep her calm composure. And so, she numbly went back inside her cabin, and tried to finish the cake she had begun eating. Truthfully, she had no appetite, but she hadn't been eating enough either. She didn't want to worry her uncle by the time he arrived back home. He'd be so exhausted by then. She mustn't add up to his worries. Oh, how she really loathed that man. Who did he think he was? Making her lose her faculties at the mere thought of him? She swallowed down the rest of the cake, washing it down her throat with the cold tea, before piling more of the food Mrs. Mona brought onto her plate. She just kept eating, and drinking, one bite, swallow, drink and then repeat until all that's left was an empty plate. Memories of how the Duke insulted how skinny she was made feelings of shame and humiliation resurface. She'd bear it anyway. She wanted to live a normal life after this, and she'd make sure of it. She needed only to endure for a little while. She washed the dishes, did her chores, and then continued to read her book, slowly clearing her mind of all the negativity piling over her in the last few weeks. On the bright side, the Duke was going away, leaving for the capital and wouldn't be back until the weekend. It gave Leyla some room to breathe, though she was disappointed the only reason she was given such freedom was because he wouldn't be around. When will this nightmare end? She wondered. She snapped her book shut, and looked around. All she could see was nothing but loneliness. She couldn't help but feel as though the walls were closing in on her. Her breathing grew ragged, and echoes of flesh slapping and guttural moans circled in her mind. She could feel Matthias' hands all over her. She needed to get away. She couldn't stand it anymore. Hurriedly, she ran out of her cabin, grabbing the bare minimum to keep herself warm in the chilled weather. She grabbed her bicycle and began to pedal, aiming for nowhere, just as far away from the confines of her mind's prison. She sped through the streets, before pausing in front of the library. Thankfully she had the foresight to bring some books and other necessities, and went in to return them. Her next stop was by the grocery store, and went on to buy things she needed for cleaning like powdered soap and brushes. She even made time to stop at a nearby cafe to drink some sweet hot chocolate, feeling the warmth seeping back into her body. She breathed in the cold winter air, smiling softly to herself as she began to relax. Up until she met the eyes of the one person she wanted to avoid most, next to the Duke. Leyla. His warm voice breathed out her name. It sounded so good to hear, yet equally mortifying as well. Everything seemed to stand still as Leyla stared at him in shock and the world deafened to a silence around her. It was really him. Right in front of her, stood no one else but Kailetman himself, who was smiling, beaming brightly at her.